Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master here at the Monsters, and we're here today with Session 8 in our main campaign in the Kingdom of Rin. I say main campaign because we're actually launching a second campaign here pretty soon, probably late April or possibly early May. There is going to be another campaign group playing in our custom campaign world in the same time frame, but having their own adventures. So if you've been enjoying doing what we're doing, there's going to be more of that coming your way soon. Those will be live streamed on Twitch and also uploaded to YouTube, just like our sessions with this camp. A big shout out to Etma TV at the Mortal Woes tabletop role-playing community. He's going to be DMing that group for us, and we're so grateful to him for making it happen. Last session started with most of the party enjoying some storytelling from their traveling companion, Rennick the Wanderer. He told tales of ancient forests and magical trees the party thought seemed connected to some more modern locations. Rubato spent some time sharing stories with the bard, but left off at a bit of an impasse because Rennick couldn't seem to reconcile some of the locations and dating system that Rubato was using. So they agreed to meet up at a library in Capstone to see what they could figure out. Later that night, Druge took Rennick's shoes and threw them in a campfire while most of his companions slept. He managed to deceive almost everyone about what happened, but Baheer was confident that it was Druge who did it and called him out on it. Rennick refused to travel any further with the party, and Baheer gave him a pair of extra boots that he had before the party moved on. Alondite rode ahead of the party with the orc captive on Amina, while the rest of the party started the long march home. After pushing the horse beyond her limits, Alondite arrived at Capstone and started to deliver his news to Captain Vincent, who summoned the Knight Commander Albert to hear the briefing. Albert had the orc moved to questioning, and the three separated with plans to meet back up when the rest of the party arrived. The remaining party decided to push themselves to march on through much of the evening with help from Druge's healing abilities, and they finally arrived at town many hours later. Alondite immediately dragged them in to meet with the militia officers that he'd spoken with earlier so they could act as expert witnesses on various aspects of the report. At long last, the party was released for the night, and they split up to their various places of bedding. The next day, they split up to sell loot, brew some alcohol, and take care of other things around town. With that, I'm going to roll our little intro video here really quickly, and then we will pop into the world in character. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great time.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
That prayer is an in-world prayer said by people who live in the Kingdom of Rin. And it was recorded for us by our good friend Atkinson1020 on Twitch and YouTube, who is voice actor. Hello!
Hello.
At least we're not right at the start of a D&D session, because I don't seem to be able to speak today.
Thank goodness.
Yep.
Let's go play this Let Dota.
It's okay. My on the thought process isn't working anyway, so.
I need
What's happening?
I need to pour myself a stiff drink or something so I have something to blame it on at least.
There you go.
Oh, is that what we do? All right.
I just always have trouble talking, so that's just my state of being. It's not like I'm gonna have a job where I have to talk a lot or anything.
Teachers don't do that.
No. They just play videos in their classroom all day and movies.
I love those. Were the best teachers.
Here's the book. Do what it says. I'm gonna watch a movie.
Oh, that's right. I was like, why were some of you not here? But that's because we were. Although I don't know why Druge wasn't, but we were at Angela's shop at the end there last time.
Yeah, went shopping.
Do we get the new Druge?
Rouge 2.0.
Okay. It doesn't show me that some of you
Or
were
this
like a
poser?
50% less naked.
It doesn't show me that some of you are like connected to your minis. Can you move Druge, Dr. each time? Okay, there we go. Yeah, just Talespire being weird.
Ouch.
Phew.
All right. So
Tommy.
last time we had a handful of people who got to do stuff and a few people that didn't have a chance to do any chores in town. So, or not chores, whatever. Do any living around town. So today it is the kind of like late morning, early afternoon of the 30th day of mid-spring. It is warmer than normal for spring right now, and tonight is the night of the full moon. If any of that matters to any of you. So we let Kabosh and Rubato and Baheer all kind of had a crack at taking care of some things last time. So is there anything in particular that Bruges, Ava, or Alondite want to do around town here?
The only thing that would be time efficient would be to make sure that I get to the stables and get Amina some proper training this time.
Yes.
That would be good.
We do have a handful of roles to catch up on there, so I thought that would be kind of a fun thing to do. I don't like doing anything that involves roles off screen. You know, like we can occasionally say, oh, you went and bought, you know, food or whatever just to save a little bit of time during session, but anything that involves roles is fun to let people kind of see what's happening and cheer you on and whatnot. So by my count, we actually have 6 training roles that we need to be fully caught up to session.
How many do we have in total?
So far, we've done 2.
Wow, that's how many far behind we are.
Yeah, so there's been one full 10 day since you acquired Amina. You have 1 success, 1 failure, 2 days where you were too busy to train, and then 6 that we have not dealt with.
Okay.
For anybody that doesn't have context, Alondite is a Knight Paladin multi-class, and he has a light horse named Amina that he is in the process of war training. So that's what we're going to be doing real quick now to kick things off. He is rolling Handle Animal, and we are looking at a difficulty class of 20. What's your bonus?
My bonus for Handle Animal is 7.
7. All right. So we want to see 13 or higher. And let's do them one at a time. That's more dramatic. Don't roll all of them.
All right. Let's go, Amina. Make these jumps and attacks. Scare her and see what happens. Nope.
Oof.
That's okay. That's only 1. You got 5 more.
All right.
We're doing these retroactively, so that was the roll for the 23rd of mid-spring.
Get all the other troops involved, and they start jumping around, scaring her. Everyone charges at her, and I get her to charge in, and we riding and go.
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
We're making another ride-in attack. We're doing this for hours on end. No fatigue, no surrender.
Oh, heartbreak.
So close.
Heartbreak. All right. You got 3 more.
Is anyone with me?
Well, so some of this we have to do retroactively. So technically you're out in the forest right now.
Oh, okay. Right.
So it would only be for the very last one that you'd be here in town.
Okay.
Oh, another 12. Brutal.
Oh,
It's just toying with you.
Huh? Hey.
There we go. All right. And all right, so you got 1 left. Oh, perfect. Which is the one that's the one that's here in town. So you land right on a 20. So yeah, so lay that out for us, because it takes you like 4 to 8 hours of training, right? So
All right. Is anyone with me?
You mean players or NPCs?
Players.
Does anybody want to
just on my
spend some
own.
time helping Alondite?
I
train
probably
his horse?
wouldn't be because Baheer has things he has to do today. But
Can I be nearby watching?
Skabosh and Roboto are working on a special project.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because if anyone's with me, I'm going to ask you for your help, and I'm going to be, quote unquote, using you.
Yeah,
Are you going to be a Karen date?
it sounds like Ava would be there, and that makes sense because she hadn't really chosen a downtime activity yet. So
As long as I'm not an object to jump over.
Oh my gosh.
what
It
about
wouldn't be a tough
step
jump.
over?
But you'd be so easy to jump over.
Oh my gosh. Imagine a horse's hoof to the noggin.
Oh, God.
Ouch.
Imagine if that failed. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
We'd lose our murder halfling.
It
That
should
can't
be gone.
happen.
Rest in peace.
Murdered halfling.
Oh my
I see
gosh.
what you
That
did
could
there.
be.
Wah, wah.
I could be some
How-
big oogie boogie orc if you need me to be.
How would you use Ava?
I guess I'm ganging on the fence and making loud noises from the side.
Oh, actually, I was hoping to cheer you on anyways. I was literally thinking I couldn't see over the fence, so I'd be well, not see, but it'd be obstructed vision. So I'd be kind of I don't know, picturing a 3 horizontal beam type of fence or something. I'm standing up higher to get some elevation and woo, go Amina, go Alondite. Take a pile of leaves and throw them.
All right. Kind of dodging, weaving around the soldier, seeing if she can keep her focus. She's getting kind of spooked, but seeing if she can't keep her mind on the task and if she hits the target.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you could also make a handle animal check if you want, just kind of for funsies, how any individual action.
All right. Yeah. Oh,
Ugh. Is that 3 12s that year old?
yeah.
yeah.
Dang.
That's all right though, because that's just for part of your training activity. So what you were trying to get her to do there, she may not have done, but overall, you guys are still working together. You're learning, you're learning how to correct her when she doesn't listen to you, etc. So your training for the day is still feeling productive.
Ah, good girl. Very proud of you. I kind of just caress her and I give her an extra. What do I have in my inventory actually? Do I have anything? Oh, I don't. I thought I had an apple. Okay.
Well, but I'm assuming you're probably in camp, right? Not just in town, but at the actual
Yeah.
military camp. So, they'd have some stuff like that around. I mean, they're not going to let you take, the whole produce section, but there's probably some apples and carrots and stuff nearby.
Yeah, I'd give her a carrot. She was a good girl. Maybe a sugar cube. Salt lick.
One blade of grass.
One blade, just go up there and just
It's a
stick it between
singular
his teeth.
blade.
A small blade of grass too.
So, as we kind of touched on, right, this takes a while. This takes hours of work to kind of do this training for today. So as you're part of the way through, you actually and people filter by now and then. Stable hands check in to see if you need anything. Bored or interested troops like stop and watch for a little bit. And then about probably most of the way, like you're not like winding down quite yet, but like most of the way through your training, a group of 3 elves like comes by and kind of like posts up off to the side and kind of like watches what you're doing and seems kind of like talking among themselves. And Ava specifically would recognize them as being essentially elven emissaries that have been in town for about the last year or so, helping with training and whatnot.
You have
with my distracted feet. Oh, okay, go ahead.
no, you're good. Go, keep going. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, in my distracted feet, would I have noticed them, or would it have been just?
I think
too
it's safe to
focused on
say
the
probably
class?
not for you. And if you had, since you're still relatively new to town, you probably wouldn't have a whole lot of context, at least for who they are.
If I had seen them, I would have been like cocky, like all this training could be yours for the low price of.
There was a fourth, but he kind of like filtered away as when the other 3 kind of like stopped to watch. But one of them is, despite being elven, has long white hair and a pretty strong white beard, with kind of tanned skin underneath. Another one of them has red hair, like really, really vibrant, kind of reddish orange hair, and younger features, but also like sports a big battle scar on the left side of his face. And the other has white hair, like the first one, but is a woman wearing like a tiara that holds back her hair, and she has young features and like a really exotic set of chainmail.
You said an exotic.
Yeah, so it looks very
Okay.
foreign. It's definitely not
Yeah.
made here in Capstone.
Okay.
Yeah, and you've seen them around before. Like I said, they're very much involved in militia training. I'll kind of let you decide if if you necessarily want to like kind of backfill any history, like having worked with them or not. But they're around and they like stop by to see what you guys were doing. They're kind of like chatting among themselves a little bit while they walk.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe Ava can will hop down from the fence and approach the 3 and like, oh, long time no see, were they in town when Ava left?
Yeah.
Like she had seen them like recently.
Yeah. So they're, I mean,
Okay.
again, you can backfill that a little bit if you want. They've been here for about a year, so they would have been around. But you can just haven't seen.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and go up and say hi and catch up, small talk. And see maybe now question, like the mission that we went on, was I don't recall, that wasn't like ever made to be like a secret from anyone, right? So like it's been discussed, like the org activity around the camp, or
well, yes and no.
Share?
So your mission was not secret, no. But the like specifics of what you guys discovered probably hasn't been disseminated yet. I mean, you really, that essentially just got reported, like.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Maybe I'll just say like, oh, I just got back from a mission. Like, great to see you guys. Like, what have you guys been up to? Do they have names?
Yeah. I was debating about like how much info to give that wouldn't be overloading. So the one with the male with the long white hair and white beard is Elothril. The younger male with the bright red hair is Evandal, and the woman is Reyna. we just hadn't really, you guys haven't really done a whole lot around the military camps. So I was planning on introducing them earlier, but it's a good opportunity now since you're here and you would have been here for a while. They definitely would have come by. So yeah, being elves, they weren't exactly reclining in the hay or anything like that. They were like standing there still, like posture is good, kind of like, at some points watching Alondite and and you and what you guys are doing, and at other points kind of seem to be looking away, like off into camp and chatting and whatever. But when you walk up, they all turn towards you. They don't salute you because they're not members of the militia or like actually even beholden to anyone that's here. They're here of their own volition. I mean, on orders from their homeland, but still they're not part of the command structure or anything like that. And I'd say probably Reyna, like it would be kind of the first one to maybe break character a little bit, give you a bit of a smile, and kind of step forward and like how was your mission? Were you it's still pretty matter of fact, right? It's still kind of got that elven air to it, but it's like, how was your mission? Were you happy with your performance? Like, did you accomplish your goals? But I guess I'll leave it up to you, yeah, for how kind of like thoroughly you want to answer that for.
Yeah. It was a good mission. We accomplished a lot. It was my first big mission. So I mean, like Reyna, I was nervous. I was pretty nervous, but the group I went with, we worked as a team. We did really great. I don't think I've still learning how to deal with so much death on my hands, and I think that's just something that might get better over time, and it might not. But yeah, it was a successful mission. I think we brought back a lot of good information for Randal and the team, and yeah, I'm very proud of myself and the group.
She has a like a shield and a spear. She doesn't have them out because she's not like equipped, but she, as you kind of mentioned about dealing with like the weight of death, you see almost kind of like instinctively she kind of like lays her hands on her arms and kind of like looks away over your shoulder thoughtfully, and it's like, well, that part gets easier and it doesn't. You never forget, but I'm trying to think of a way to say you learn to live with that without saying that. But over time it affects you less, and that may or may not be a good thing, but it is a price that we pay to do what we do. And you can see she's like kind of trying to not like, she doesn't want to talk down to you, but she's like trying to be uplifting. And then as she was kind of like looking over your shoulders, it first kind of absentmindedly, then you see her eyes kind of like focus, and she like sees something that Alondite is doing. And she's like, I need to excuse myself. I want to go and give him some tips. And kind of like pats you on the, like kind of kneels down and like pats you on the shoulder, like gives you like a clasp on your shoulder, to say a good job. And then like makes her way over towards Alondite. But you notice that despite looking very young, which of course is a little hard to judge for an elf, but she's definitely not elderly. But she's very slow. Like she's, you don't know if it's a hobble or, I guess it kind of depends on how much you want to investigate, kind of let her be. But it's definitely not giving that like light-footed, quick vibe like you might necessarily expect from an elf.
Okay. I'm gonna choose not to say like comment on it just out of like politeness. To not be intrusive, I think.
And you would be like, that's not new. You're used to seeing her like that.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So, Alondite, I guess this works out, right? Because you said you wanted to, you were kind of like doing practicing a trick with Amina, and you almost succeeded, but like not quite with a 19 out of 20. So, probably to your surprise, right, as you're kind of like oblivious and focused on what you're doing, but this elven woman with long white hair and like beautiful chainmail with a spear and a sword, or a spear and a shield across her back, like comes up to you. And I honestly I forgot exactly what it was it said you were doing. Comes up and kind of like clicks her tongue at the horse and kind of like tuts you and like starts to advise you on how to like improve whatever it was you were doing. You're like, oh, you might get a better reaction if you do this.
Oh, that is a total opposite. I was gonna be like boast my skills, be like, oh, this training could be yours. But if she's like upsizing me, it's like, oh, okay.
I mean, you could still try and do that, but yeah, that's probably not the vibe that she's coming over to you in an advisor's role, because like she just sees you as a soldier in camp, like working with your horse, right? And she doesn't have any idea who you are, what your station or your situation is or anything.
Most appreciative for your help. Thank you.
Yeah, and she gives you a little smile. Like she has kindly features. She's not being like an a-hole about it, but she's just very direct.
So you mean it's not better to do it like this? That's an interesting way to go about it. I've never thought of it that way.
While she's talking to you, Elithril, that was quick rocket. Elithril stops and kind of like closes his eyes and like clasps something at his neck and says something in Elven, which I don't think Ava doesn't speak Elven, right? I don't think.
I don't believe so. I'll double check.
I don't have that. Oh no, I do have that sheet open. I lied. Oh, she does.
Oh, I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
I forgot. Okay. I might message it to you. Yeah.
Sneaky. It's like just a grocery list.
Yes.
Milk, eggs, bread.
Okay, and then unless there's anything else in particular that you guys want to do with that scene, we can kind of hand things off to I message you to other people to start doing other things.
Yeah, not that I could think of. I know I want to go speak to Randal at some point, but that doesn't have to be.
Yeah, we can do kind of a round to come back to you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No rush.
Not related. I'll do it another time, but a lance swap out because my lance is damaged.
Oh, yeah, that should be easy to make happen. Okay. Who wants to go next? I guess we could reverse here really quickly to Skabosh and Rubato and have you actually do your alchemy check for your little distillation project here. Yeah.
Okay. Can do that.
Take it away, gnome of special alchemy ability.
Yes. So we did a little bit of back end work, and we'll send you the info too. But for the sake of brevity here now, while we're playing, we decided that it would be a DC 16 craft alchemy check, and then the way it works is you make a roll, and then assuming that the roll succeeds, you multiply your result with the DC, and then that is the amount of copper pieces in progress that you make per day. So we estimated the like a cheap potato vodka, you're somebody you're this is your first time doing this, or at least in a long time. You're probably not doing much as far as spices or seasoning. I don't know. However that all works. Like you're not doing much here. You're doing the bare minimum to get an alcoholic result from potatoes.
Yes.
So we're gonna value that at 3 gold because a bottle of wine's 2. So I figured it's a little more exotic than a bottle of wine. So 3 gold, which is 300 copper. So you'll make the roll for today. If you exceed 300 copper after you do the multiplication, then you succeed today and you have your kind of product. Otherwise, that's your progress.
Okay.
No whammies, Roboto.
That's a 23.
Ah.
Nice. Okay. Well, that should, right? Because 20 times 15 would be 300. So if it's 23 times 16, I don't feel like doing the exact math, but yeah, there you go. It's still going to take you a good chunk of the day. You have to work on it for a few hours and then let it sit for a while it ferments and does whatever it does, and then you'll probably fiddle with it a little more in the evening. But once it gets down to evening time, yeah, you'll have about a bottle's worth, like somewhere between 500 and 1,000 milliliters of probably not very good potato vodka.
It doesn't matter. It'll do the trick.
It was successful. We're not making it for the taste. It has a goal.
It's going in things, to be honest.
Gotcha.
If by things you mean me.
Sure.
We'll see. Our first batch was a success.
Excellent.
Baheer will be so proud.
He's probably not going to drink this.
Yeah. We'll have to make something a little fancier for his royal tastes.
We'd have a really good cover story for Alondite, because he's definitely not going to.
Well, what he doesn't know.
We'll just have to keep the bottles hidden.
Oh, it'll be fine. He doesn't know a lot of things. We can just add this one to the list.
Fair point.
All right.
That's it for us. It was a good roll.
How about Druge? And in this, there's a little bit of time wonkiness here since some of you didn't get to act, just because we were trying to keep the session to a manageable length last time. So you can kind of anywhere from like late last night to kind of like mid morning here, if there's in that time frame. Grab that for us.
Druge didn't really do nothing. He went back home. Greeted his mom. Cleaned up. They were out there for long enough to get stinky, smelly, dirty. So I cleaned up, grabbed a change of clothes. Got caught his mom up on everything that was going on. Told her about the new group of, well, he would describe them as adventurers, a new group of adventurers that he ran into, and how he thinks that they're taking a liking to him, so he's excited about that, and he's bracing her for the conversation of, hey mom, like, our next adventure, I might go with them, and I don't know how long I'll be gone. That kind of thing, kind of like, all right, I'm finally moving out, mom.
Right. And the whole time she's kind of bustling around. She's got like there's some stew going, and she's fussing over some like scratches or bruises you've got, and at one point when you're maybe she's kind of starting to give you the, like, not read you the riot act, but kind of starting to like be a little bit more stern with you. She like sits down and starts kind of like fiddling with a seamstress patching project that she's working on, and then eventually she kind of sets it down and wrings her hands. Kind of getting a little bit nervous, but she's also like proud of you. So she gives you like ladles you out a big like bowl of stew, and and kind of packs a little poultice on any like wounds or bruises that you have, and just kind of like fusses over you a bit.
Yeah, but Juge assures everything's gonna be okay, as every child would do to their parent, and talks about how this big, brave, strong, bold knight, paladin knight. Drew doesn't really know what to call him, but Alondite, he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna be best friends. He's gonna take care of me. I'll be okay, Mom. Yeah. But yeah, nothing crazy. Just kind of catching up on everything that happened, and didn't tell her any of the gruesome details about all of the murders that Ava committed, but yeah, I just told her everything was exciting, and he's super excited
to
move forward.
Yeah, you're not lying, but you're curating the flow of information a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But that's it, really.
Okay.
Sleep in my race car bed, and then wake up in the morning, and going to meet up with everybody else.
Not a single lie was told.
Did she read you a bedtime story?
I'm too old for that. No, I don't.
Oh, I think she did.
All right.
The 3 little kittens that lost their mittens.
Yeah. The little drooge that could.
Oh my gosh.
You love that he didn't mention the bard. All right. Anybody else there? I have 1 or 2 other things that I had written down for people, but I don't want to just shoehorn anyone in. If you thought of anything else you want to do.
I thought of something else I wanted to do other than what I sent yesterday. Yeah. I wanted to go through Skabash's house and like show her mom the like symbol that the bard told me about, like that I wrote down on the paper. She said that her mom might know something about it.
I wasn't sure if it was Elven or not. But...
Yep. That's a
surprise.
That's a really good idea.
Pay no mind to the alchemy set over here.
Oh, okay.
We'll cut you in. We'll cut you in, Baheer. Don't worry about it.
Cut him into what? He probably. I mean, like.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, Baheer probably doesn't know that's illegal to make alcohol here.
That's true.
Here,
he doesn't.
That's true. For context, for anybody watching or any of our players that have forgotten, the production, not the consumption, but the production of alcohol is illegal in the kingdom.
Well, nobody else in the party knows that we're doing it.
Giving that fun little bit of context.
I also probably would not know that it's illegal, so.
Right.
I would have told you.
Oh.
Would you have? I mean, or would you have just let him do it?
Well, I don't want to get in trouble, so.
Yeah, I guess that's true. So him knowing to be discreet matters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would tell him discretion is important because we have a lot of trouble for that. Anywho, yes, the symbol to my mother.
Or like, I don't know if like this doesn't work out. If you maybe want to run it by like through some people in your guild, maybe they know. Like, I don't want to like put you in like a bad position or anything, but.
No, I'm in pretty good with my up.
Okay.
We'll ask Mom first.
Yeah.
And so what we ended up with, right, was kind of a charcoal drawing on like a scrap of paper from like one of Rubato's books or something.
I had ink actually, so yeah, it was still on like a paper from one of Rubato's books, but we used ink.
Okay.
I mean, I had a quill too to go with it, but
And are you know, of course, there's no right or wrong answer here. But are you giving her any info or any context with it? And, you know, kind of like risk poisoning the well, so to speak, right? Or are you just like giving it to her and being like, what do you know about this?
I would tell her that we kind of know that's from a group that might be a little unsafe, like a little I don't know if infamous is the right word, right? Because if they were infamous, we'd know about them, but like a group that's not seen on fondly by some people. That would be all I'd say. It's like for a symbol of some person's group.
Okay.
She doesn't know, then maybe.
Yeah, I was just curious how much information you would have been giving her. She looks at it like pretty briefly, right? She's not like pondering over it a ton. But she like looks at it and is like, no, this doesn't look familiar to me. Are they supposed to be operative here?
No, it's down the south a ways, from what I heard anyway.
Ron wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, it doesn't look familiar to me. It's strange because it kind of looks like it might be more than one thing, almost like a compound word in two languages. But I don't know what it says, or you know, and I don't recognize it.
And you don't recognize like what the language might be. Like, so it's probably not Elven then.
No, it's not.
And if I look at it, it doesn't look draconic, does it?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
We have one other place we can check right here.
Am I allowed to go with you there?
Might not want to go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you the paper then.
Mendes they were kind of okay with, but I'm not sure if a nobleman coming into the den would be a good idea. Might lose some change.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll head over to the.
Okay. You know, at this point, the first time or two that you went back, since you'd been gone for a little while, you know, there was a little bit more kind of like validation being done of like, you know, do you know the password, you know, that kind of thing. So the doorman, you know, recognizes you now, so you're not necessarily put through the rigmarole like you in the last couple of times you.
I checked to see.
Yeah, let me. Notes thing. Right. I did really bad with note taking last time, so I'm trying to do a little bit better this time as I go.
And I know the cliff notes. Essentially, this is something that might be associated.
Right. So yeah, you find him back in his office. You know, kind of feet up, screwing around the office a little bit. He's never been the most tidy of folks.
I enter silently, like dusk.
Not unexpectedly, but like Braun doesn't really, you know, he doesn't really like react to you. He just kind of like nods and like, you know, back in his chair.
Then I pull out Is it paper? Parchment would give me?
Paper? Probably like, I don't know, paper from like a book that got torn out.
I pull out the piece of paper, show it to a companion I'm traveling with, searching for his brother. A lead gave him this symbol. I tried showing my mother, but she didn't recognize it. She would have known, but they're apparently an operative group down in the south. If you recognize this.
He, like I said, he's got kind of like feet up on the desk, kind of leaned back. So he takes it and just kind of like sets it down in his lap. He's like, "Hi, good to see you. I'm glad you're well. Hope you had a good trip."
There were a lot of orcs. Some of them had magic. It was one very not fun trip.
Yes, little birds have been telling me it seems like all of a sudden everyone but us seems to have a lot of magic.
They also had potions, alchemy.
See, he kind of like picks up the paper and kind of like waves it as he's saying everyone seems to have a lot of magic. And like yeah, so speaking of folks with magic, or at least magical knowledge, so who's your friend?
Which friend? Any friends that I'm traveling with?
The one that you just gave this to and said that
he's a foreigner who's been searching for his brother, who last he heard was traveling our area, looking for allies to fight of conflict.
When you say he's a foreigner, he kind of like, I mean, he doesn't like spit on the ground, but, just kind of like kind of screws up his face, and like you kind of hear him mutter under his breath, like, "Yeah, of course you."
He also might be able to pay handsomely. A noble.
He it looks a little fake, but he tries to kind of like screw on a smile, and he's like, "Well, now you're talking my language." This, however, and like holds up the thing, and he's like, I'd rather not mess with these folk unless we have to.
Who are they?
I don't actually know their name. I don't even know if they have a name. I've heard them called the society, or just like really vaguely the guild, or it seems like everyone that talks about them kind of has their own name for them. But
what do they do?
Everyone knows this symbol.
Are they like our guild?
They dally. Well, they're like our guild in that not everything they do is exactly above board, but that's about where the similarities stop. They dabble in the magical and the mystical and the divine, and there's a lot of folks in power who would love for some of the things that it's rumored they know to be not known. All I do know is the reason the symbol looks so weird is because it's two halves of a symbol. It's like an arcane rune and a divine magic isn't usually really written in runes that way, but it's some kind of divine symbol that's been like interwoven with an arcane rune. I don't know what it means, but I know that's what it is.
They deal in. I know most magic is not allowed by the. Is there anything special about the magic that practice?
Well, I don't know. They're we don't deal with them because they're we don't have any shared interests, and frankly, the amount of heat that we would get in, that we would have to deal with if we got caught being engaged with them doesn't seem worth the trouble to me. But so I don't even know. I don't know if they're magic users themselves, or if they're just collectors of old knowledge, or I don't know what. But I know that that things don't tend to go well for them if they get caught.
Good. I have another matter that might be potentially profitable for us. Remember my gnome friend?
I don't think I hear Pixie.
Oh, sorry. You remember
No,
my
it's okay.
gnome friend I brought here?
Oh dear, have you been muted this whole time?
No,
Okay.
just
Not the whole time, just right there.
Okay. Did brought him with you at one point, right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What about him?
What if we didn't want to have to pay the church for alcohol anymore?
Wait, did you say what if we didn't have to pay the church for alcohol?
Well, what if we had our own source of beverages? Might be able to run to other locations for a
He kind of like pulls his feet down off his desk and sits forward, kind of legs out, like forearms on his legs. Like, now you're talking my language.
My gnome friend knows alchemy. You've been working on creating alcohol through currently potatoes. Relatively successful the first time around. He's very good at alchemy. I think we could honestly put him on the payroll if we really wanted to.
Well, this isn't the best location for that sort of work, but if he's got the skills, I'm sure we could spirit him away into the forest, or or try and set something up in one of the towns inside the mountains or something. There's too many there's too much fuzz around here to want to do it here, but that sounds like we could maybe make a pretty penny together.
Excellent. Next time, have him with me. The next time I see him, I'll bring him with me. Currently at my parents' house, working on our product.
I look forward to trying it. You're not the only one with news, though. I have it on good authority that the goblin captive that you guys brought back to town so many moons ago has been tweaking, and it sounds, from what I understand, the church doesn't want to do anything with this, and they have maintained custody of him. But I have it from reputable sources that this particular goblin proposed something of an alliance between his tribe and the people of Capstone.
People of Capstone.
Yeah, I don't have all the details, but from what I understand, he and his people weren't well, from what I understand, you plucked them from the forest somewhere. But they were not necessarily trying to be aggressive towards us. They were just trying to get away from something else. And there may be this seems like a missed opportunity to me. We're in the business of alliances and friendships and favors and whatnot, and it seems to me like we should try and get a diplomat connected with this tribe of goblins.
I wonder if they're running from the orcs they're banded together.
Maybe they come from opposite directions, but who knows what's up in the woods to the north? There's nothing good or valuable, certainly.
Science problem.
Okay, we us. We've long since stopped being picky about who we work with. That's not one to judge.
Who would you send?
Funny you should ask. You sound unemployed at the moment, between jobs, as it were.
How would I get up there?
You said you have a big highfalutin foreigner and a bunch of other folk with you, right?
Including a knight, former paladin, currently watching my every move except I'm here.
That sounds like a you problem. Besides, aren't knights supposed to be and it kind of like puffs up his chest and squares up his shoulders like protectors of the realm, and kind of.
The last goblin we encountered is the reason he's not a paladin anymore.
That is both an in and out of character laugh.
Last goblin he came in contact with, he literally smote it.
Well, I have a problem and I need you to solve it. I suppose you said you have alcohol now, right? Maybe time to put it to good use.
See what I can do.
None such being.
All right, I take the little piece. Saying my fond farewells and out with the goblin.
Yeah, he goes back to like kick back up on his desk again, and as you leave, he kind of like shoos you. He's like, yes, I'm busy.
Yes, very busy, O fearless leader.
He just gives you like a like the wave equivalent, right, of being like goodbye.
Right, I duck back out and head back to relay the knowledge that you don't want to mess with them.
Okay.
My guild won't even go near them because of how bad their dealings are. They won't even engage with them because things would be really rough if it were found out that
gotcha.
Collaborating.
Well, it's still more than we knew before, so
what
that's
he
good.
could tell me is that they dabble in both arcane and divine magic. But he's not sure if they collect magic or if they actually practice
them. That's enough for me to know that I don't want to interact with them. Yeah. Okay, I'll put the paper away and go about on. Did you need anything, Skabash, while we're here, like with each other and at the moment?
This is a real quick interjection too before you move on to a next thought. As a reminder, since we only play twice a month, that does also fit with kind of the context that Rennick gave you when telling you about this organization. Yeah.
No, my brother was like, no thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's not to say that there couldn't necessarily be some like value derived there, but it that's I guess if nothing else, it confirms that Rennick was being honest with
you. Yeah.
The goblin captive was in the paladin care, right?
Yes.
All right. I know what I'm going to do. I have an idea.
Oh?
Well, I doubt the paladins would have told the militia about the goblin. Goblin told them is that the goblins are proposing an alliance with Capstone because they're running from something far more terrifying, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, there was that one place where we stuck our noses into that was pretty spooky. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but
I almost want to go back there.
There's so many paintings I had to leave behind.
We're not going back for painting.
We also never figured out what was in that other room that was deeper in.
Are you talking about an old Capstone?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a different area, but yes, you're also.
Am I overhearing this conversation?
Yeah, you'd be hearing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We probably would have been back at the house.
Oh yeah, I went back to the house.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that wasn't stated, so.
I would be really interested in seeing these mystical people.
I don't think it would be a good idea. If my guild won't touch them, it's safe to say they're probably not exactly the most up and up.
Yeah, but how many mystical users does your guild have?
None.
Well, that might be why.
No, apparently the things they do cause problem.
Could be a learning experience.
Is Roboto on the up and up? Yeah, I don't know. Also, I talked to him about our other idea. He said that we should probably go to a bigger city for profit.
That's fair.
But he'd be willing to help you get to a better place for that. Should you desire?
Well, it's something to consider for the future. We got other things.
Is your retirement, Roboto?
Yeah.
You say retirement?
Yeah.
We got plans for the future. But yes, old Capstone, I definitely wanted to go and explore that quite a bit more.
We will.
Mm-hmm.
I want to kind of.
I don't know if we'd get Alondite to agree to go back out there, but
I do want to go find Ava though and tell her something. So
evil that needed dealt with, right?
We could like say we gotta go deal with some, like we got a new mission from Randal or something to go out and deal with something that's over by New Capstone.
So that might be a good idea.
I also need to talk to Randal, but I was gonna do it with Erratic later.
Well, I'll go find Randal then. It's important.
Not a bad idea. I'm gonna keep working on my project.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I skip off to find Randal. Who wants to do other things?
I'd probably head to the wall and wait for like the bard. He's supposed to come in like today-ish, right? Like at some point today.
Yeah, obviously it depends a little bit on how long he kind of pouted around out there, but you know, as you know, it was a very long day's travel. So,
yeah.
Like maybe tonight, but more realistically, probably tomorrow.
Okay, and then Bridget is supposed to come back today too.
Same thing. She would have been on like a pretty similar timeline, actually.
Gotcha.
But yes, Bridget's due back around the 1st, plus or minus like a half a day.
Okay. I could go to that one lady shop, the magic lady shop, real fast, I guess. Why? Unless someone else has something they want to do first.
Go for it.
I know you and Rubato were both kind of eyeing Angela's.
We already went there, though.
Do you want to come with me, Rubato?
Yeah, this is distilling for the moment, so I've got some time to spare.
Sounds good.
You're going back to the shop, huh?
Yes, I saw some things in there that piqued my interest.
Keep an eye out for any good armor.
Why do I need armor?
For me, silly.
Oh, okay.
I have a feeling about the solution to my problem that I have is going to be out of reach, but we'll see.
Understandable. They're pricey, but got a bunch of fun things there. Just don't scare the Minotaurs.
That would be smart.
It is fun, though.
Yeah, near death is always fun, right?
I mean, I've been near death quite a lot recently, so.
Okay. I think we're just about an hour and a half in, and that's usually when we try and take a break. So our do we want to try and kind of like finish? Because it sounds like we have a smaller round 2 to do here, maybe 30 minutes or so. Do we want to kind of like wrap that up and then move on to like the second part of the session, or do people need a break now?
I'm good. Right. So
yeah, I'm good to keep going.
Okay.
Just a quick question. How long does war training take? Is it the full day or is it like 8 hours?
It's a downtime activity, so like 4 to 8 hours. So yeah, you'd still have a good chunk of time.
Could I double train, or is that just fatiguing for her?
I don't see why not.
Because that's like my happy place.
Right. Yeah, I'm down to give it a try. I think maybe I'd say the DC goes up by 2, just to kind of represent that.
Yeah, she's tired. Makes sense.
But yeah, if you just want to spend.
All right.
I just need to change my.
Whoa. Oh no.
Somebody's Discord message bloop just.
Was it mine?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nobody messages me, Pepe.
All right. So with a DC 22, meaning you need a roll of 15 or better.
I already rolled.
Go ahead.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh no!
He breaks her leg.
Progress.
Also, apparently, Roboto tried to attack a chicken and missed.
Kind of an interesting. I hadn't really considered what would happen on fumbles and critical successes. You teach her bad habits.
I like Amras's idea. She falls and lands on Amras.
Not on Alondite, on Amras.
Oh, even better. Oh my God.
Through the screen.
The fourth wall break, but in reverse.
I feel the love. I feel the love for Amras.
Now, I don't really like the feel of negative progress. I think what we'll say is the bad habit or whatever is will essentially be represented as stubbornness. So we'll just use that 22 again the next Brian trainer also.
All right.
Oh wait, Alondite's horse is stubborn? I wonder. What? No, Alondite's horse couldn't be stubborn.
I wouldn't learn that behavior.
We only tease because we care about you.
Where would I put that feat?
All right.
Is it a racial feature?
I got that marked down. It's also worth pointing out too that just like any other skill, well, almost any other skill check, you could have somebody aid another. So you could potentially, the next time that you want to work with her, like ask for some help, like, hey, like I need another hand keeping her steady while I'm, or whatever, to balance that out.
For an extended, wait, does that counteracts failures?
Well, no, but so I said that her stubbornness would mean that you'd have a 2 higher D.
Okay.
But then also if somebody helps you, if they succeed on the aid another action, that gives you a +2. So if you were to get help, it would essentially counteract that extra difficult.
Okay.
So it would make it, if you got a helper, then it would just make it like you were.
Okay.
All right, let's kind of go back and roughly in order then. Well, would Ava and Baheer want to be meeting with Randal at the same time?
That's fine with me. I don't mind.
Let's all go to Randal.
Well, hold on. I don't think Baheer's listening. He's either whispering into Ava's ear or there's someone in the room with him that we can't see.
Telling me a really good story about this one time he was sleepwalking and walked outside right into a pile of snow. I don't know. I'm just trying to fill this gap of time.
Keep going. I want to hear the story.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
And then he stepped in yellow
You're good.
snow.
We were narrating your body language.
I heard.
Are you trying to see Randal like surreptitiously, or would you go with Ava? I'm just trying to match up people, so she also said she wanted to talk to Randal.
I was going to wait until the Rennick came through and go with him because I was going to help him make a report on Druge.
Got it. Okay. So that probably wouldn't be until tomorrow then, realistically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm still going, so I guess I go find Ava and see if she wants to come with me.
Wait, where are you going, Randal?
He's one of the guys in charge of the militia, yes?
Yeah, he's the scout captain.
So the stuff that my leader told me about the goblins wanting an alliance.
Got it.
The church won't listen. Maybe the militia will.
Got it. Okay.
I go look for my favorite pigtailed little murder halfling.
Gosh.
Ava!
I was just going to Randal's. Do you want to come with me?
Excellent. I need to speak with him about something Peter told me.
Perfect. Now, question: does Randal? I'm sorry. Who is the other captain? It's probably in my notes.
Bridget?
The one that Alondite spoke with.
Like all of you were with last night.
Yes. Oh yeah, we were there. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
So he was there, and then like kind of like cutscene, and then later you guys also were there. That was Vincent.
Oh, Albert?
That was Albert.
Well, I mean, both. It was Vincent first, and then he got Albert. So it's Vincent is a captain, and Albert's a commander. So he's one level above Vincent in the command structure.
So would Vincent have has he spoken to Randal yet behind the scenes?
I mean, like they're peers, they're coworkers.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure they've talked, but is there something in particular that you're thinking of?
No, not really. Just like filling him in and like just kind
of. Got it. It would probably be a reasonable assumption that there was an all hands meeting first thing this morning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Well, either way, I'll still go, and then I could say hi to Randal.
Sure. Sure. Well, and and also too, right? There's a difference between like, the vice president doing a PowerPoint presentation and like your, not a great analogy, but like your executive assistant coming in and like, actually explaining everything to you.
No, I know what you mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not difficult to find. His role is primarily an administrative one, as it is for all the captains and whatnot. But Randal especially, since he's managing the logistics of like sending people afield and whatnot. So he's usually in an office in the northeast camp. Or wait, no, northwestern camp. Sorry, not that especially matters for like role playing purposes at the moment, but so he's in the same camp that you guys met with Vincent and Albert in last night, and then also where you were Alondite working with Amina. So that kind of works out. That's all the same camp. So probably Gabosh would have had to go to find you there. You'd start. Sorry. That was like a 30-second mental reconstruction of all that, just to say that.
Yep.
Yeah. Nothing else needs to happen. You're essentially already there. Skavash comes and finds you, and then that actually kind of works because she can peel you off from hanging out with Alondite while he keeps training Amina, because you're probably kind of bored with that.
Excellent.
After, like 6 hours.
Sounds good. Braiding grass.
Yeah.
Making crowns out of flowers.
Yeah. Dandelion crowns.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not difficult to find him. The camp is not super big. I don't remember the dimensions off the top of my head, but it's at most it's like a couple 100 feet back up. And there's buildings and stables and barracks and whatnot, but you would just find him up in one of the like administrative spaces at the base of the tower right by the gates. Oh, did he sneeze?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I muted my mic though.
Yeah,
so.
no, I appreciate it. I saw bless you, and I was like, wait, is that? But he said Baheer, so is that in game? Did I miss something? Like, all right, so yeah, you come. I said you were skipping, right? You come skipping into Randal's office. Well, they're shared office spaces, right? They kind of like work in shifts because there's only like camp, 2 office spaces per camp.
Skabosh just walks normally into the office.
And he's normally got a lot kind of like around his workspace because he's organizing maps here and like stashing supply caches there and sending people on leave and sending like new batches of scouts out to check certain areas, and so he always has a lot of like maps and charts and like papers with like supply tables and stuff on them. But when you walk in this morning, it definitely is like twofold, and he's like standing up against the wall, and you walk in and it's like the meme with the guy that has all the like string up on the wall, and he's got like the pen in his mouth and his hair is all crazy and his eyes are like really wide. He's giving that kind of vibe right now as he's like scrambling to like work out routes and assignments for people in light of the information that got briefed on this one.
Okay.
He probably doesn't even notice you walk, honestly.
Okay. Randal, I'm back.
Actually like starts a little bit. He's like, hey Ava, welcome back. I understand some of this is your doing.
It is. Randal, you would not believe how many orcs I took down with these babies. And she like pulls out like 2 of her throwing axes, kind of like showing them off. They still have like some dried blood on them.
I was going to say, have you ever cleaned them? Yeah. So he's like, yes, really. I see that.
Incredibly unsanitary. And I guess maybe they could just like, since he knows, maybe just like chit chat about the events that took place, and kind of she fills him in on some of the maybe like more exciting details of some of like her kills and whatnot. But then she'll turn and be like, "Oh my, where are my manners? Randal, have you met Skabosh here?"
So just as a real quick point before we do that,
Sure.
I've described him in the past as having kind of like almost like a big brotherly vibe toward you. So, he like gets really into it and, I mean, not like over the top, right? He's not like trying to be a bard or anything, but, like when you're telling him about some of your exploits and he's like, and then when you mention again about your axes, he gets a little bit serious. He's like, "No, really, you should clean those off though. That's like not good for the metal."
As she like looks down, yeah, you're right. Like embarrassed that she didn't like. She kind of like walked in with them as dirty as they are.
All right. So, and I feel like Bosch has been here before. Yeah. Okay. So obviously you look very unique, but you didn't spend a lot of time here last time, as I recall. So he kind of like composes himself a little bit and stands up from kind of like squatting down next to Ava. And then almost kind of like realizes like, oh crap, there's like, it's not just Ava here. So then he like stops and kind of like snaps up and like, salutes you like he should have done like 20 minutes ago.
Really don't need to. And also, yes, Ava's most impressed throwing those.
So I've heard a couple of different rundowns here. What do you have for me, I suppose?
You want to go first, Dave?
I guess she doesn't really have anything anything to say other than what they probably had like their morning brief this morning. I mean, nothing. Like, I don't think she would share any like new news with him. I don't believe.
Okay. Yeah, he can't help but kind of like double back a little bit though and be like, but this is all like this just seems like so much. Like I don't understand how this could have gotten past us. Like you saw this with your own eyes?
Yes. These orcs they're different, and it's frightening. It's frightening. The magic they have, the potions, it's much more. It's more than we thought, and there's a lot more orcs and the quantity of them, and they have dogs, and she just starts word vomiting, rant like all of these like little details, and
right.
She kind of composes herself, and it's a lot, Randal. I think I grew up near Capstone, and it makes me a little worried. I'm not gonna lie.
As you're like info dumping on him, he just like sits down in the chair at his desk and kind of like spins part way away from you and kind of like puts his elbows on his knees and like holds his head in his hands, and he looks kind of downtrodden. Because, arguably it is kind of on him to have discovered this stuff.
But Randal, don't. It's okay. I mean, we're figuring these things out now, and we have a great militia that you've trained and helped us train, and now we know this information, and now we can move forward with it. I mean, it's better to know this information now than it is to know it a week from now. So, like, she can sense that he's feeling down about it. So, just trying to cheer him up and pats him on the back.
when you go to kind of like pat him on the shoulder, he like jumps up out of his chair, kind of like knocks it against the wall. He's like, how can I and just like, you know, like kick something across the room. And then like immediately he's like, you know, his face just kind of falls and he like kneels down to you. He's like, I'm sorry. Like what you said is very kind. I am just under a lot of stress right now.
Randal,
No, I understand.
What does the church share with you guys with information that they might get?
Whatever they deem is necessary, I suppose.
Did they deem it necessary to tell you they had a goblin captive that they were interrogating?
I'm aware of that, actually. Ava came and told me about that, 10 days ago or so? But
I was speaking...
I guess I haven't really heard anything about it since then, now that you mentioned it.
I spoke with my guild leader today. Apparently, the goblin squeaked. And there is something far scary out there. These goblins were trying to form an alliance with Capstone. But of course, the church would never hear of that.
Like, well, that, admit I'd be pretty skeptical about that myself, but, I don't think we can really leave any stone unturned right now, given the report that you guys recently brought back. If the orcs really are organizing and mobilizing, you know, he's kind of like grimacing, like, you know, he doesn't want to say it, but he's like, you know, I don't know if we can turn away any help right now.
There'd be a chance of getting us back out to Old Capstone. Maybe encountering more orcs or more goblins. Maybe see if they actually might be able to help.
Tables really quick. Some of it might be, remember, if you're looking around, like these mics, you really do have to address like right into that.
True.
And also make sure you're projecting. You're kind of lowering your voice a little bit, so that might be it.
That too.
Since we're out of character for a second anyway, as a quick aside, at the ruins is not really where you guys were running into the goblins.
Oh, was it not?
So the ruins are on like the far side of the mountain, more or less opposite of Capstone. So like if Capstone is, you know, kind of at like 8 o'clock ish, then the ruins of Old Capstone are at like 2 o'clock ish.
But I thought we ran into them on the way there. You're not?
You guys were more like foraging like out into the forest to the north when you were running into them. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be totally out of the area where there have been goblins, but that's not really where you guys were encountering them.
The goblin that we brought back, is that the one that was with the like big like magic lady? Is that the one that they're talking about?
Oh, the hag?
Yeah.
Might be the hag, yeah.
Is that the goblin they're talking about that they're interrogating?
Does anybody remember?
I think it's the hag. I think we brought that one.
Yeah, we brought back the wizard one.
Yes. After it almost coup de grace you.
Yeah.
That's where we met, like, I thought that's where we met, like, Abraham and Marta. And then
that was at the ruins of Old Capstone. Yeah. So those those were two separate adventures.
Gotcha. Okay. That's right. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah. So and that's why I wanted to check kind of like out of character here, because you could go to Capstone, like you have people that you've met there and like things that you discovered and whatever. Like you could also go and pursue like a meeting with the goblins, but those are
separate,
potentially two separate things.
Though I don't know if we went and met with the goblins, if it'd be good to bring Alondite with us. He doesn't really like them. It'd be a very short adventure. Unless you give him orders not to kill them.
Facts.
Yeah. Petting you.
You look like you're petting Mercy.
I know.
I wasn't looking.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
Loki was
It
on
was
the cat
perfect.
condo. I was a pet him and it was
I gotta clip that.
Yes, please.
right here.
Just giving his hair some scratches.
That's amazing. Okay. So yeah. So now that that's more or less dealt with, at least in character or out of character, like in character, what is it exactly that you want to say to Randal?
I'm just asking if there's any way we can get an emissary to goblins off the. You are two separate entities.
Like yes and no. That's I'm not really a politician. I'm more of a logistician. So you're saying you don't want to do it? Like this seems like exactly the kind of thing that we have hired you guys to do in the past.
I would
well,
be
maybe
amenable.
with a little less killing, but
I would be amenable to doing it. My problem is my very good old dear friend Alondite, unless you literally order him not to kill them, might kill them on sight.
Well, that's where it gets a little weird, I suppose, because I do outrank him, but also like the paladins, like the structure is a little weird. They like some of them serve as militia officers, but also some of the paladins like just operate on behalf of the church outside of the structure of the militia. So as a militia contractor and as a knight, I could give him that order, but if he was really of a mind to, he could probably choose to defy it on behalf of the paladins. I guess I'm happy to do it, but I just can't make any promises. I only have so much power over him, I suppose.
Well, he really wants to be a knight right now. He might listen to naked.
Fair enough. I could use a win right now. I guess you could say my position's a little precarious. So, go big or go home, right? Let's just keep this between us, and if you can get him over here, I will give him a writ to do. He sounds he's very hesitant, very much like 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out.
Let's give it a shot. Is a win too, considering my guild leader pretty much ordered me.
Like, now the truth comes out. I'll stick with my word nonetheless, but sometimes I do feel like in the militia here, we're the last to hear things.
Make sure you're not the last. At least things that
Really? Because you just got me to agree to doing this before you told me that you had to do it anyway.
Well, the information that I got to give you about this came from my guild leader. So technically, you heard it second. I heard it first.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess have him come by. I can't really justify wandering around town to find your friend at the moment, but as you can see, I have plenty to do here.
We'll be back with him. Sure, he's gonna want to cash in a writ or something. Wait, we already did that. Never mind. I'll tell him we have more business. Sure, he's over training his horse or something.
Okay. And then as you as you're kind of like winding down that thought, he walks over to his desk and pulls out like a little packet and goes over and like hands it to Ava. It's like a whetstone and like a bit of leather and whatnot. He's like kind of like puts his hands on both your shoulders and kind of like ushers you out the door. He's like, seriously, go clean those.
There's a lot of blood on those. Like even I clean off my knives.
Okay, after we leave, Ava goes to clean.
All right. So Baheer and Rubato wanted to go back and see Angela.
Yeah.
And I don't. Did Rubato has Baheer been there before?
I think he was there the first time just for a little bit. Yeah, he was because he bought those potions.
Oh yeah, of course. That's silly.
Yeah. And then after he bought the potions, he left. He wasn't there for like the Minotaur stuff.
Right.
The potion I still haven't used.
Hey, you never know.
That cost me 50 gold.
I have been down so many times too since then.
But you only have more hit points.
I know that's why I don't feel bad about it at all. I'm like 50 gold.
I'm like Druge can heal you
6 hit points.
And like I feel like the special thing is gonna like make someone do more like physical damage instead of like I don't know if it's gonna help you.
Saving for a really special.
Well, yeah. Besides, it's a potion. You can't use it because what if you need to use it?
Exactly.
Jinx.
I'll buy you a Coke.
How about some wine? I used my last bottle of nice wine for those nobles.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for that, by the way. That was really tasty wine.
Yeah. Is there like a bell or something when we walk in, like ding ding ding?
Such a cool.
Yeah, this is a really neat board. I did not make this one. This is a license free one, but I enjoyed it. It's still a little bit representative. Like, there's a few more like tables that I just haven't had the time to kind of edit.
Like a ADT system, like front door.
Find. Weird. I have lost something in my notes that I was looking for last session as well, and
Oh no.
What is it? You can tell us. Yeah, maybe we'll remember.
Oh snap! I found it finally. Okay, hold on. Need to paste that because it's one of those things, right? It's kind of like when you took like the TV remote and you're like, okay, I'm always losing the TV remote, so I'm gonna put it in this spot so that way it's like really obvious. You know, like I'm definitely gonna see it here. And then of course you like never think to look for it there ever again because it's not where you put it. That's essentially what's happened here. It's the where the note is saved is not where I ever think of to go and look for it. I did finally.
Our remote is always supposed to be in the cup holder. It's never in the cup holder.
Yep.
Okay. Not the problem.
It's when you give up and you just download the app on your phone, so you just always have
it. Yeah, there you go.
And someday you'll find the remote.
Couch ate it again.
Someday.
You know what? I'm just going to make a separate file.
You'll find your remote way down low.
Yeah, instead of trying to embed this info in some other file that also doesn't like kind of make sense, but not fully, I'm just going to make a separate file. Just specifically named after the thing that it is relevant.
I give my 2K for the subathon.
Nice. Yes, thank you guys. What are we at on that?
70%.
Okay. Like a really awkward time to need somewhat relevant.
Yeah, chat reminder. Go in and do the 2K for the free minutes.
Yes, 20 free minutes today for the subathon is on the line with your Twitch channel points.
Yeah, chat.
Quick karaoke break there, or the song of the day is the final countdown. I think that's what we're aiming to do after we go visit these goblins is we're traveling to Venus.
Okay. So yeah, I just to give a little bit of context for people that haven't been here to Angela's shop before. It's on the outside, it just kind of looks like it's like a 10 or maybe at most 15-foot wide, kind of like rickety wooden structure and kind of a back alley in Capstone. And there's windows on either side of the door, but maybe it's just soot or who knows exactly, but you can't really see much in through them. But when you like step in the door under the sign, there's just kind of this brief sensation of vertigo. Like you're like for like 0.2 of a second, your stomach feels like you had like 10 drinks the night before, and then you feel fine. And then you step into this space that is like way bigger than it looked like from the outside, and flanking the door on either side are two roughly human-sized skeletons that kind of stand at attention. One of them has just a sword and a shield and is otherwise naked, and the other one is wearing a set of like weirdly slimy looking like wet leather armor here.
You know, I never asked Angela if she's named these.
Skelly and Bob. Or Sully and Bob.
So yeah, to your question, no, there is no like ding or anything, but when you like as soon as you walk in, Angela like looks up from what she's doing and kind of comes. It's not quite a skip, but comes over to you quickly with a jaunty step.
Mm-hmm.
Jauntily.
Yes. For those that don't remember, she looks like a beautiful human woman in her early 20s. Very striking features. Her eyes are they almost look like a starburst. Like they're brown, but they're like lighter in the middle and like darker on kind of to the outside of the pupil. And she has long reddish brown hair. And somehow, despite the fact that the shop itself is like only moderately well lit, like no matter how far away you are, like no matter what lighting she's in, like her face is always lit up, like very literally. She also often has like a friendly countenance. But like her face looks lit, almost like in modern terms, almost like she has like a ring light or like a beauty mirror in front of her.
It's a pretty cool trick.
Yeah, so she comes like sashaying over to the two of you, and kind of smiles down at Rubato and is like, twice in one day, a girl gets lucky.
The pleasure is all mine.
What's
hello?
Yes, and I'm afraid I'm not so good at names. I talk to a great many folks, but I recognize you. Welcome back.
Yeah, Baheer, I was the one who bought your that potion.
Oh yes, like a big smile spreads across her face. Like, how did that go for you?
Well, I still got it, so I'm not sure, but
she kind of like sticks out her lower lip, like kind of like crosses her arms a little bit, and like pouts for a second. I was like, well, keep me posted.
Will do. I'll let you know after I use it.
So what brings you two fine gentlemen here?
I was wondering, I wanted to know about options of speaking to someone from a long distance away. And what kind of options I might have for that.
Well, therein lies the rub, doesn't it? So much of magic is limited by limited in reach by the power of the caster or the power of the magic. How far are we talking?
I don't know, like a ways. Like I need to be able to stay in contact with someone, say here, if I were to go to like the Alvin Kingdom or something. Or is there a way that I didn't think of this until now, but is there a way that I could like contact somebody who I'm not sure where they are?
That's
or like how far they are.
That definitely gets harder. Are you now when you say contact? Just sorry, we were talking about food stuff really quick.
You're good.
Totally broke my train of thought. So yeah, you pretty much want the hardest thing, which is somebody who's very far away, and you don't know where they are, and let me guess, you also want them to be able to respond to you.
That would be ideal, yeah.
Yes, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So there's, if you just need, I guess it depends on what you mean by contact, but if you just needed to see them, there's a number of ways of scrying somebody. Divination's not really my personal specialty, but we might be able to wrangle something up, or there's various messages or various spells of messaging or sending or what have you, but those are usually at least sending a message is not a particularly long range spell. That could be used for like field communication or subterfuge or and then she kind of like somehow lights up even a little bit more, and then is like and then kind of like runs back across the room and then calls out to you and is like, or for something like this, and then like you see her kind of like wave her hands and like do a spell motion, and then one of the skeletons behind you kind of like lurches out of its like position in at attention, and like comes over behind you, and it doesn't have its weapon out. That's just what the miniature looks like. And it goes to you see its arms go out wide, and then it like tries to grab you.
I don't let it touch me if I can help it.
All right. So I'll roll a touch attack.
Did you roll it?
Yeah, sorry. I'm double checking the result.
Oh, you're good.
I don't know how much base attack bonus they have or strength. Oh, so close.
My touch is 13.
Yeah, I know, and I got a 12.
Oh, good.
I rolled an 11, but they only have a +1, so that's why I was checking, because I knew it was going to be really close. So yeah, it comes, like arms out wide, like E-pose almost, and then goes to like try and like clasp around you, and you manage to like duck down underneath it, I guess. What's like, are you trying to do something in particular, or you just want it to touch you?
I just didn't want it to touch me. Like I'll back away a little bit from it.
So she comes as you're like backing away from it, you like take another step back, and then you like bump into her.
Oh, sorry.
As she's like kind of very quickly and very quietly like crossed back to the room, or crossed the room back to you, and she the same thing she did before. She kind of like crosses her arms and kind of like pouts her lip out at you, and then turns to Rubato and is just like, "This one's no fun, is he?"
No, he doesn't play along as often. No.
And
you should meet Alondite.
She pulls a wand out from her belt and like points it at the skeleton, and then it turns around and like goes over to the other one and grabs onto it, and they start wrestling each other.
I'm teaching him about some of the fun things, but he's still getting used to it.
So we were talking about communication over distance.
It's like, well, yes, I had to demonstrate.
Yeah.
And then she kind of like looks over your shoulder, it's like, ooh, he's winning. Kind of like takes a step to the side, and then it's like, oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess especially for Rubatos over there, you can actually see that the one that's not wearing the armor actually has kind of like managed to like pin the other one down for a second before the other one managed to kind of like slide out from underneath it, and you hear a bit of like a squelching sound as it does.
Ooh. Are they supposed to make that sound?
I thought they were skeleton.
Well, remember I said the armor was kind of like greasy.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
So yes, normally skeletons don't make squelching noises. Yeah, there's like a skid mark of liquid on the stones.
Interesting,
guys.
So right. So yes, communicating. So are you trying to like, do you think scrying would work? Like, you just need to find them, or like, how important is it that you can talk to them?
Well, for the reason that I was coming here for initially, I guess it would be okay to have like the other person be able to get me a message and I not have to not have to reply maybe. But for like scrying, it might work for maybe looking in and seeing if my brother is like alive still or is around.
So you're trying to communicate with your brother.
Scrying would be best for that, but I was trying to communicate with, it's a long story, but we met this bard guy and he agreed to like kind of like look around for like allies that I could like maybe, you know, enlist and take back to like at home, you know. It's a whole thing. But like I was thinking of like some way he could like let me know his progress of like how he's doing, or like to check in every once in a while.
As you're like prattling on about all that, she like takes a few steps over to the pillar and is like leaned. Oh, that's gonna get cut off. But he's like leaned up against the pillar, like.
I mean, you asked.
My word, I asked what you needed it for, not why. So, and then just as a quick pause for myself. So, because I thought originally you were looking for something to connect with Rennick.
Yeah, but now that I think about it, like if there's an ability for me to scry in on my brother, like I think I would definitely do that. If there's a way I could do that.
Yeah, okay.
But like it would be ideal for like a way for Rennick to like get me a message over a long distance would be probably a side objective now that I figured out that I can look in on my brother.
Okay. Okay. I had a nice snarky reply prepared if you essentially like babbled all that out and then we're like, yeah, so I'm just trying to meet up with this bard somewhere. I was gonna have her offer you a magical item and then go and get a calendar. Okay. So okay, so after all that you kind of like talk your way through it and then land on like, okay, so I guess actually really I just want to try on my brother
and come up with a way for the bard to like send me a message over a long distance. I don't necessarily have to reply to.
Okay.
Or need. Yeah.
I might need some time on that bit as my communication with the outside world is somewhat limited. But I'll come back in a few days and I'll see if I can find anything out about that. As far as scrying goes, and then she starts kind of like meandering her way around through the shop and kind of like like picks up something here and like wanders over, and like I said, there's a couple more tables and whatnot. There's definitely not this much open space, but as she wanders by the skeletons on the way, kind of like around the shop, and almost kind of starts like she forgot, right? She's because she's been like kind of looking around, like looking here and like, okay, like what about that thing wall and whatever, and then she almost kind of like walks into the like rolling ball of skeleton wrestlers, and it's kind of like and then stops, like pulls out the wand again and like points it at them, and they go back over to like standing next to the door.
I'm inspecting the liquid and the armor that it's wearing while she was doing that.
Okay.
That is really interesting.
I guess kind of what does that look like? What are you doing?
Trying to figure out what kind of armor it is. Scott said she was interested in armor, and trying to figure out what exactly the point of the liquid is and what liquid it could be.
Okay. So, but are you like touching it or like what's?
Oh yeah, I would touch the liquid. Yeah.
Okay. It feels almost like an animal fat. Like it's just like a very like somewhere between like a fatty gel and a liquid. Like it's just kind of this like really it's like kind of constantly not dripping, because dripping's too fast, but it's just kind of like constantly sloughing off, just like and like kind of like flowing down the armor and like hitting the floor.
Let's keep the pans in good shape while we're out.
She just kind of like watches you fiddling with it and then like goes back to what she's doing.
If you light it on fire, do you think it would hurt the skeleton, or do you think it would just be a on fire skeleton running around?
Ooh, that's some good thinking. Flaming skeleton. I don't know if Stefan would like that.
I don't know if Alondite would like that.
So she toodles over to this desk over here and then opens up the little like chest that's on top of it, and just reaches one hand in and then like pulls it back out, and there's like 20 rings on her fingers.
Oh.
And she's kind of like like holding up her hand and kind of like examining her hand, kind of like wiggles her fingers around and is like kind of like takes two of her fingers and like touches them together, almost kind of making like the okay symbol, like touches two of them together, and then like when she does so, you hear like a loud like booming sound in the other corner of the room, like boom. She's like, oh, not those two, and like takes those off and like puts them back in the drawer. And it's like, okay, well, yes, I probably do with a little better storage system on these. Let me give me a minute here, and kind of like holds up her hand and goes through and is like kind of like not eeny meeny miny mo, but she's like touching them, like in the way that you like touch your finger. And it's like, you can kind of like stops and counts in her head. Okay, and then like takes two off of that finger and it's like, no, it's not. And then stops and like pulls one other off and puts it on the other hand, and then just like points at Baheer. And I want you to make a will save for me.
A will save?
Yeah.
I'm watching with rapt attention.
I'm not good at will saves. I'm going to use a thing that I don't get to use very often called Moment of Perfect Mind, and it lets me roll a concentration check instead of a will save check.
Ooh.
Okay.
So I get to add 7 to my roll.
Very nice.
That's still not good. 13.
No, not especially. You Have you seen the Dune movies yet?
I saw the first one.
Okay. Do you remember the voice?
What?
The whisper voice.
I don't think he's talking to us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I had invaders.
Do you remember the voice?
You're not stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you like don't see her talk or say anything, but you like hear this like voice in your head that has that kind of like weird deep like raspy sound to it, that just says like, stand up. And you feel compelled to just like, you stand at like the best attention you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like your father could have only dreamed that his soldiers could have looked so good at parade.
Yeah.
And then kind of waits for a second. And then you hear it one more time, and same thing. Rubato doesn't hear like any of this, but you hear it again, and it says, "Have fun." And you like you. I don't know if Rubato or if Baheer's ever really been like too much of a dancer, but just like, I don't know. There's just something about the like the lighting in here, and like if you really listen to kind of like the like some of the chimes and just like some of the sounds, and like, yeah, it just, I don't know, just kind of gets the body moving, you know. And
dude, can I still talk, or am I like charmed?
No, you can.
Is it just my body that's like doing this, or is it like, okay, I better get like a discount or something for some of this like dancing you're making me do?
Now, I'm just over here kind of giggling watching him dance, but can I figure out what's happening here, being a practitioner of the magical arts?
Yeah, so you know, as always, to actually truly identify the spell, you have to use detect magic. So you have to decide if you want to do that in our shop or not. But you could make a knowledge arcana check to make some educated guesses, since you've had a chance to, you know, get an action.
I'll just do knowledge arcana for the time being.
Okay.
6.
13.
We roll one more. It's the devil's number.
So, you know, it's probably something kind of along the lines of command or something like that. But so yeah, so you know, before she did this, she took, you know, one of the other rings off of her left hand and like put it on her right pointer finger, and then was like pointing at him when she was doing it. So then she goes from like that pose to, and kind of like turns to Rubato, and kind of like holds her hand out more in like an offering gesture, you know, kind of like raises her eyebrow, like, eh? She's like, not, you know, kind of like pulls her hand back. She's like, no, one isn't free, dear.
Oh, well, that is something I will keep in mind.
And she, you know, and then she kind of like waves her hand over at Baheer and is like, you know, kind of like circles around you once and is like, we'll get a smile out of you yet. And then like goes over and puts that ring back in the box too.
I like that one.
All these fun rings.
What would be, I mean, like, obviously it's amusing to us, but like, what do you think Baheer's reaction to that would be? Like, would you be angry or?
I think he'd just be like weirded out to like all of a sudden have control of his body. And like, ugh.
So she kind of starts to fiddle with like another one or two of the rings, and then kind of like looks up at you and sees you looking all grossed out and was like, fine. Like goes and
probably like flinch when she's looking at the rings.
Goes and like puts a few more of the rings in the box. Then it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure it's these 5. So let me
all 5 of them.
Well, yeah, they're kind of a set. So they were actually they weren't really rings originally. They were chainmail links, but
interesting.
They were
sounds expensive.
Rings. So so yes, let me much fun as all that was. Let me test here.
Okay.
And she makes her way over to the like the kind of the fireplace off to the side there, where there's like a pot of water on to boil, and she like takes her hand, like kind of splays all of her fingers out as wide as she can, and then like holds it down over the water and starts to like whirl her hand over the water, and like doesn't touch it, but you see the water in the pot starts to swirl as well, and then she starts chanting and like holds up her other hand, and then like brings it down next to her, down like kind of along her side, and then as she does so, she like sticks her hand boiling water. And I guess how close would you guys have stayed over there, or would you have followed her?
I would have followed, I think.
I'm just watching from a distance.
I look down into the water and see what she's doing.
So like as she like sticks her hand down into the water, it turns like an opaque white, and you have kind of like the sensation of like your hair is kind of like up a little bit. You like the hair on the back of your neck and whatnot, and if you're at an angle to see it, like her eyes have also turned white, like to match the color of the water, whatever it is now. And she just stays like that for at least for what would be a couple of rounds. So.
Okay.
I'm checking out the rest of the rings she left over here.
Are you rummaging through the box?
I'm just looking in it, not necessarily rummaging.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's like a couple dozen rings, a handful of like wristbands and like armbands and bangles, and it's like assorted small to medium jewelry. Not any necklaces in that one though. These are all like
wrist.
Yeah, shoulder down.
I may have to keep an eye on these here when she's done with Baheer's items. We'll see.
So she stays like bent over the pot with her hand in it for probably about 30 seconds or so, and then she like stands upright and pulls her arm out of it, and you hear like a little bit of a. Well, I guess make a listen check. Or, like,
I'm great at those.
Me too.
I don't hear nothing.
He said confidently.
Oh dear.
Oh.
You're about to hear them from across the room rummaging through the rings.
Feast and famine.
That's a 19.
So Baheer, I guess maybe you're just close enough that kind of the crackle of the fire and the bubble of the cauldron, and there's like kind of a sensory overload that you don't really hear it. But Rubato, you hear kind of a sad sigh that's out. She stands back up from the pot. But she turns back around to you guys, and kind of immediately kind of proves a smile on her face, and is like, "Oh, just checking in on an old friend. These are the right ones. What?
Oh. Is everything all right?
Why? You definitely catch her unaware. She like pauses for a second. She's like, "Why do you ask?"
Oh, well, you sounded a little unhappy there with whatever it was you were doing, and seeing if you're all right.
Yeah, let's see. Kind of comes up to the table and kind of like leans on it with a hand and looks at you. It's like adorable inside and out. I appreciate you asking, but I think I'll keep that one to myself.
Fair enough.
But thank you.
Gotta watch out for your friends.
And she sounds very genuine. Like, you know, she's very much like thank you. And you know, like locks eyes with you. It's, you know, she's very like playfully flirtatious in general, but like that's not what's happening right now. She's like a really genuine gratitude.
Not a problem.
So last time you were here, I remember we were penny pinching a little bit. Have you come into a bit of a fortune, or how are you planning on paying for this?
Well, how much is it gonna cost me?
All right, I had to double check that myself.
Because it's a lot.
Yeah, it is. I was trying to surreptitiously like look that up while we were role playing, but I was like, I'm too like engaged in the conversation that's happening right now. I couldn't like
it's a lot.
Like, well, did you like mortgage a castle recently?
No, not particularly. What if I just used it and then you got it back?
Do you offer rental services?
So you want a favor then?
One second. I gotta think for a second. You don't have a way of getting in contact far away. I would rather, if I were going to go down this route, speak to the person.
I can't make any promises about that. Like I said, I'll look into it, but what I have on hand, not that you have to decide right now. As you can see, hadn't used these in quite some time, and I'll make sure to set them aside. We don't have to go through that whole process again, as fun as it was, and she wanted to.
Yeah.
There's all. Oh, right, and also you have scent. So there's like, you don't necessarily see anything, but it does kind of smell like the far corner, like over here, kind of. It smells like burned over there, and kind of like increased in intensity over the course of the last minute or two.
Is something on fire? I'll just shout that out. I smell something on fire.
Oh, you know, I suppose it might be. I got distracted with your little dancing act there, and then you look over and there's like a bunch of the far corner over there is like charred. There's it like, so you know, it's not like the building is on fire sort of thing. It's more like they're like kind of how a campfire dwindles.
Yeah,
you know, so there's kind of like embers and like crackling, and you know, like a little bit of the like kind of outside of one of the barrels over there maybe is on fire a little bit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But she looks over at it and kind of like clicks her tongue and is like, grabs her wand again and like points it at the skeleton wearing the leather armor, and it goes like tottering over there, and then it just starts like rubbing itself all over everywhere where there's fire.
Oh my gosh.
Gotcha. Okay.
I knew that stuff looked handy.
What if you were to give me this favor of like borrowing those chains? What would you like in return?
Well, whereabouts are you headed?
At the moment, that's really unsure at the moment. We have been talking about going, from the last I heard, we're possibly going north up into the woods again.
Yeah.
Trying to find some goblins or something.
Maybe a little more too, depending on how long we're up there.
Or like there are some people talk about maybe wanting to go back to old Capstone.
I've been intending on it myself.
Just how far north? Well, I guess north of where? Directions can be a little relative, I suppose.
Of just here of Capstone, like past the mountain over by where we've seen like goblins. But the elves are north too, right?
Yeah, I hailed from
both of you make me a spot check really quick.
Okay.
Oh.
3.
1.
3 and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Never mind.
Carry on.
We were also. I want to longer term. I would like to go north to like where the elves are, because that's where I think my brother might be. But that's probably gonna be a while from now.
That's where I originally came from as well, was far north.
It's like, well, in that case, how'd you feel about a little delivery mission? You're going up there anyway. I had a customer place an order for an item some time ago, and they never came and picked it up. So I don't get out and about much, so maybe you could take it for me.
Interesting.
Yeah. That sounds good. One moment. I'm trying to find where I wrote all the towns that elf guy told me that we could go visit. Whereabouts would this be at?
Sorry, our pizza timer was going off. Sorry, you said you were asking her where she wants you to take it.
Yeah. And I guess we need to know the who too.
I would imagine you would probably say that. She actually kind of waggles her finger at you and is like, names are powerful things, and I don't have permission to share that one, but
You just have. Oh.
Do you have a map? I could mark it for you. I'm afraid I know a few too many names and a few too many languages to lay it out there for you.
I do not have a map. No.
Isn't it anywhere near Ter degli Alberi?
Oh, hold on. Remote, right? As a matter of fact, that's exactly where I was thinking of.
Really? That's where I'm from.
Yeah, that would be just excellent. It doesn't seem, from what I hear from folks these days, I don't hear many people traveling that way. So, this is the first opportunity I've had.
Interesting.
Do you know where it is, Roboto?
Well, yeah, that's where I'm from. I was kind of hoping eventually we might go that way. I was kind of hoping to find my family first.
It's like, excellent. And just like holds it out to you without question. Just like, that's no particular rush. I take it on good faith that you'll bring this back to me, and you can't help but note that there's like a bit of like there's a bit of like force in those words, not magical, but just like like yeah, you will do this for me.
Yeah, I take it.
So I'm sure I can trust you to do this for me, or bring it back if not. There's no penalty for failure at this point. I would just be glad to be rid of it and to not have this right in my ledger, so to speak. So take it to them or bring it back to me. As long as you can, as long as you bring it back or bring me proof that you've delivered it, then we're good.
What is it that she's having a silver? Did you just give us a package? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Can I ask what it is?
I already took it. I didn't even ask. But yeah, go for it.
She like puts her hands on her hips and kind of like, now discretion is part of the job.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Would it be okay for us to use that chain thing twice? It sounds like Roboto might also need to use it.
Do you want to do me another favor?
It's not a bad idea.
What other favor would you need?
I'm sure I could come up with something, or I suppose you could just owe me a favor.
Oh, I kind of want to owe you a favor, probably about something else later, but unless Roboto, you would like to owe her a favor. I mean,
I kind of figured this one was already heading my way since it's up by my house. I mean,
as you're sitting there, like, well, I want to give you a favor for this. And I want to give you a favor for this. And I want to give you a favor for this. And eventually, she kind of like puts her hands on her hips and she's like, "Now, girls got to get paid sometimes too, you know."
Of course. I mean, this is a form of payment, right? And also, in the future, when way in the future, when I'm a prince again in the castle, I'll know where to go for the best stuff.
That's true. But
she like
meantime,
full on like one hand on hip, like gives you like attitude for that. It's like promises of future favors. That's even less valuable to me. And then she like puts her hand and like she like tousles Rubato's hair a little bit and is like, let's just start with one, shall we?
Okay, that's fine.
Fair enough.
So how do I use this thing?
She's like, thinking more that I would do it, and then I can. I have never done this before, but I believe if you hold on to my hand, then you will be able to see what I see.
Okay, I'm down.
Okay. with that being said, I'm where Odin was 5 minutes ago. I I could use a break, and our half an hour ended up being more like an hour, which is fine. But I think let's maybe take a break, and then we can come back to that here in 5
Sounds
or 10 minutes.
good.
It was technically for your favor, so I could give it to you.
I mean, yeah, I could hold on to it.
She was her figure was looking at me, and it was about my home, so I grabbed it, but I could give it to you, either one.
Did she tell us where to drop it off when we get there? Like, is there a name of like a place to drop it off, or?
She didn't tell us anything like that.
Like, how are we supposed to know who it's for?
Yeah, sorry, that was partly partly on me for like starting to get distracted with how badly I needed to go to the bathroom.
Oh, you're good.
All right. Yeah, well, okay, so she offered to draw on the map for you, and then you said you didn't have a map. Or not draw, but mark on the map. Then you said you didn't have a map, and then I don't think we actually really resolved that thought.
Well, Rabata said that, do you want me to take it here? And then
that's right.
I'm
okay.
from here.
Right.
Yeah, so like it was kind of implied that he knew how to get there.
Yes.
To the city anyway.
Right.
Because I totally do.
Do you?
Yeah. Totally. Okay, so yeah, as far as the who, this is, I don't think I had to define that.
She said she wasn't going to tell us who.
Well, she said she wasn't going to tell you the name because you said what's their name.
Yeah.
So what I should have followed that up with, were I banging on all cylinders, is that when you get there, they would know and they would find you.
Okay.
And I'd look over at Baheer and be like, and people kept telling me that my hometown is gone or something, but I mean, clearly it's not if we're being hired to make a delivery there, so.
Okay, Angela, did she make any reaction to anything that he just said?
Yeah, did she react to that at all?
No, not really. She just I mean, I know we're doing this as like a little bit of a retcon, but also like in that same conversation we came to the agreement that she was going to help Rubato check in on his brother. So she like sees the two of you start to converse with each other, so she just like starts to walk off to like thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go over with her.
While you guys are doing that, do you mind if I wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have detect magic today before I get into that, I guess. Do. Okay. Do you mind if I take a little closer look at these rings and bracelets in here?
That's fine. Just no touchy without asking me first. And don't try and I would strongly recommend against trying to like shout any activation words or anything. You never know what you might turn on or off. Kind of gestures broadly.
Right. Detect magic fine, so I can get an idea of what some of these do?
As long as you stay in your lane, that should be fine.
Okay. So yeah, I'll cast Detect Magic and kind of take a look at the rings while you guys do your thing.
Okay. I'm reading about how scrying works on. Okay. So she leads you over to the fireplace, and but before she starts repeating the process that you saw her do before or anything, it's like, okay, so a bit of an order of business. I'm not a diviner. First of all, I think I made that clear ahead of time, but
yeah,
doing the best that I can here. That being said, even were I a diviner, this gets significantly easier if you can like provide me with something that belongs to him, or at least if you have like, do you have like at a minimum like a picture helps a little bit, but like, do you have like any clothes?
What if it's something that he like gave to me? Will this still count as like his?
Well, I suppose that depends a little bit on what we're talking about. If he bought a bagel and gave it to you, probably not. But
like he gave me this sword. I don't know. Is it like the attachment?
Yeah, that would work well.
Okay. So I have the sword. Or I don't know if the ring would help either. My signet ring is kind of mine. He wouldn't have been the one that gave it to me, but he does have one. I don't know if that would help either.
Probably it would be no same. More or less than the sword.
Okay. It doesn't use it, right? Like I get it back.
Are you asking me that or her that?
Her.
I have never had any adverse effects in the past.
Okay.
I've also only used them like twice, so there's that. So yeah, I'm just reading because the way that the scrying works, as you can see and hear the creature, which may be at any distance, but if the subject succeeds on a will save, then the scrying attempt fails. The difficulty of the save depends on how well you know the subject and what sort of physical connection, if any, you have with the creature. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so it's written kind of strangely. So, there are modifiers to their will save based on how well the caster knows them, and then also the physical connection aspect, and the table's just kind of like inverse of how I normally that kind of thing is written.
So like, does me knowing him well help at all, or?
Well, you're not the caster though.
Oh.
So yeah, so in this case, she would have secondhand knowledge of him, which means that he gets a 5 bonus on his will save. But then you're providing a possession of his, which gives a -4. Gives the grand total there actually is +1 on top of base save would be.
But then she has her own like saved for him to have to hit. Is that how it works?
Yeah, essentially. So generally so for magic items, the save usually comes from the item itself, not from the caster, because it's essentially imbued in the item when it's made.
Okay.
So first of all, your brother some wisdom real quick.
I hope he's not very wise. Please be stupid. Be book smart, not street smart. I know it.
Okay. Let's give him a go. Actually, wait, it's a save, so it's actually on his behalf here. That doesn't count. Why don't you roll it?
I'm rolling it?
Yeah.
A d20?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to roll low. Okay, roll low.
Yes.
Roll low.
Yeah. You are rolling a saving throw on your brother's behalf to resist the scrying magic.
Okay. I got 11.
All right.
That's not great. It's not that high.
He gets a +5, so 16, but then a -4. All right. So she starts doing the process again that you saw before. Like she holds out her hand with the 5 rings, one on each finger, and then like holds it down over the water and starts like swirling that back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then as she's doing that, she tells you to draw out this.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. So she, like starts moving her hand faster. She's like chanting the spell out, and then he reaches out and so obviously you hold the sword, pommel of it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's using the one hand to like get the water swirl, and then she like reaches up and grabs I mean, her hands are smaller than yours, so she can't really like encircle you, but like encircles your hand, like grabs onto your hand and the sword, and then takes it and like plunges it down into the pot of boiling water.
Okay.
So the two of you are standing on like opposite sides of the cauldron, with like arm, about forearm deep, like into this cauldron with the blade of the sword sticking right because it's not going to fit in there.
Yeah.
So you guys are holding the pommel of it down, like into the water, and the blade is like sticking up in between the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can like see each other around the sword, but like the sword is like you're essentially like looking. Your eyes lock across the sword, and then first you see her eyes like go white, and then all of a sudden like your vision goes white for a second, and then she takes your hand and like twists twists your arm a little bit to turn it so the flat of the blade is like what you're seeing. That's what's between you instead.
Okay.
And then like in the metal, like the metal itself like almost like bursts into like color, and then kind of like comes into focus, and you can actually see like in the metal of the sword between the two. And it starts as like you can only imagine it, you must be like a bird or something, because you see from very high up, you're kind of like the sight in the showing in the blade of the sword is kind of like almost kind of flying by, and then it like stops, and then all of a sudden you have this, like your stomach lurches, you get the sense of vertigo as you're just like boom, and as you feel like it almost looks like you're falling to like towards this like canopy of trees. And actually make me make a will save.
And I use a moment of perfect mind.
I mean, technically you would have had to have readied it again, right?
I mean, it takes like a minute of like just standing around. That's what we've been doing. So I probably would have given our location. But
what is the actual process though? Aren't you like doing stuff? Oh, I don't think it matters anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it takes me like one, not even a round, because it's just like one attack.
Oh, right, but usually. It has to. Yeah, it's part of an attack though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't attack anything.
I wouldn't matter anyway, I'm sure.
But yeah, ultimately, I don't think it matters here. So you can't help but like you're so like intently looking at this, and it looks so real. You just kind of like you like pull back a little bit, just kind of like despite yourself. But she grabs your hand like even tighter, and like kind of, she can't overpower you probably, or at least she doesn't if she can. But like the kind of it like regrounds you in the situation. You're like, oh crap, like, and then you kind of like clasp back onto the sword and like, hold your hand there. And then the sight that you can see goes like crashing down through like this canopy of trees, and then you see oh my god, I'm drawing a blank on your brother's name.
Ian. Ian.
That's right, Kian. Yeah, I knew it started with a K, and I was stuck on Caden, and I was like, that's not freaking right.
Kian.
Yeah,
that's my real life brother.
You see Kian, and he like it. He appears to be fighting, which hasn't traditionally been his strong suit.
Yeah.
But it's very close. It's like the camera is too close, so to speak. Like it's like right up on his face. You just see his face kind of like dodge in and out of the frame, so to speak, a few times, and you can kind of like hear him panting. And then you're probably not paying super close attention to like exactly what she's doing, but it kind of like zooms back out a little bit, and you see that he's obviously he's in a forest, but he's not like surrounded or anything. He's on what at first glance at least might look like kind of a front line of some sorts. You see him, and then kind of like off to the side of him like another figure that's kind of facing the same direction, and then like another like 5 or 10 feet down like another person kind of facing the same direction. And
what do they look like? Can I tell? Or
make a spot check.
Oh my god.
Hey.
This is 17. 17.
And the they there, you're implying like the other people that are
the people that looks like he's on the side of. Right. Yeah.
They look elven.
Elven. Okay.
And so it's they're spread out from each other. It's not like a Lord of the Rings elves versus Sauron like shoulder to shoulder like battle line or anything like that. It's more like a search party type spacing, like maybe 10 to 20 feet apart from each other. And then like he and the elf closest to him are like engaged fighting a goblin.
Okay.
And then they like finish it off and like clasp each other's forearms, and then start to kind of like move out of frame again. So that probably took like 30 seconds or so total. So she she can't like break connection with you, and she has to keep moving her hand, so she just kind of like shakes your hand on the sword a little bit to like get your attention. It's like there's limited time to this. Like what do you want to see? What like do you want to try and get like go back above and see like try and figure out where this is, or do you want to try and it's difficult, but it is possible to cast spells through scrying. But we have limited options. We have to be quick.
Could you send them a message? I know you said you're not gonna not think of anything, but
you say that, right? Here, I'm gonna pantomime this out on my camera. You say that, and like the sword is between the two of you, and she's like, "We talked about this."
So no. I mean, different kind of message, you know. Maybe it's not sending, but you know, the other kind of message. Okay. Is there a way we could Kitty's prestidigitation?
Do I look like some trivial wizard to you?
No.
Excuse me, you said wizard?
And she's kind of like as she was kind of like peeking around the sword at you, and you know, she's trying to like get an answer out of you on this. You notice that the like kind of the vision like in the blade of the sword almost kind of starts to like shake or like rattle a little bit. And it kind of starts to like lose focus on where your brother is.
Okay. Just
her face like kind of
general area. Like zoom us out.
Her face kind of like whips back behind the blade again as she like kind of focuses down on like what she's doing, and it like kind of comes back into focus, but it still doesn't look quite as good as it did before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're saying you want to try and figure out where?
Yeah, I guess. It's the only option. I don't got spells.
So at first you get the kind of like whooshing sensation again, but instead of going up into the air, it's going horizontally. Like when you see like like in action movies when they've got somebody on wires that gets like pulled back by an explosion. It's kind of like that effect. Like, it starts like zooming back or like back away from him.
Yeah.
And then she kind of like grits her teeth and she's like, whoops. And then like it like zooms back in on him, and then like your perspective kind of like pivots a little bit, and then it starts to go up in the air instead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I did say this wasn't really my thing.
You got it. It's fine.
So so it's at first it's going really fast, like to the point where actually like make a fortitude save.
A fortitude save.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, I can't roll above a 10 today. Jesus, it's another 6.
Okay.
That's I got 11.
So it like, you know,
well, it's 11 total. Sorry.
So you get like ripped back and then like rubber banded back to where he is, you know, in like the course of like a second or two. And then your eyes, right, are just like bam, like face down, and then like whoop, starts flying straight up in the air like you're on a rocket. And it just lurches your stomach. You're like you know, like you don't quite throw up, but like it's kind of a chunky burp. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
And then she kind of like gets control of it again, and the perspective like kind of like glides to a stop, close-ish to around the altitude like where it originally started. And then she does her best to kind of like pan your view around a little bit, and make a survival check.
Survival check. Please roll above a 10 for once in your life. Not today.
No.
Not today.
Okay. So I was going to give you directions, but you'll have to try and sort
8.
that out with your companions later. You in one direction you can see like pretty much from horizon to horizon, where it's facing is just trees. This huge forest. mostly what's the word? Is it carnivorous? Is that like pine trees?
Where the trees? I think it's deciduous.
No, I think
trees.
deciduous is leafy trees.
I don't know.
Coniferous sounds right.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Coniferous is pine tree. Okay, yeah. So it's mostly coniferous trees, although not exclusively, but mostly coniferous trees, and but then like way off in the distance, like you probably couldn't see it from where you are location wise if you weren't so high up, but there's like one huge tree that like sticks up out of the tree point of view. And then she kind of like starts panning the view like off to going clockwise, I suppose. And you see Mike is cutting out some. It might be because I'm moving around as I'm like pantomiming, but thank you. Let me know if it keeps happening. Kind of starts panning to the side, and you see like maybe like a grassland or lightly hilly area or something like that that gives way into mountains, and then it keeps panning around clockwise, and you see like those mountains like carry on. I almost gave directions again. Like carry on for a while, and then kind of break off, and there's one large mountain that's like separate from all the rest of them. And then to the other side of that mountain is like another probably different mountain range that like kind of carries off almost perpendicular to that. And then as you kind of like complete that rotation, then it comes back around to like the forested area again. And as that's going, it's just kind of like, you know, she's trying to do it slowly enough that you can see, but like as your point of view is rotating, it's kind of like slowly getting a little bit more like rocky, and it's kind of like starting to shake a little bit, and like the kind of like is a little bit blurrier for a few seconds, then is like a little bit more in focus.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, so she completes that, and then you kind of hear her under her breath. She's like, "That's about all I've got." Is there anything else you can think of?
Can we look at him one last time?
All right, make a fort save again.
Another fort save.
Time's running out, so it's going to be fast again.
17, 19, 20, 22.
Nice. Okay, so you're expecting it this time. It doesn't catch you quite as far off guard. It still makes your stomach drop a little bit, but like it turns, your vision turns downwards towards the ground and starts zooming down through the trees again. And like as it's going, at first it probably almost just seems like it's the passage like through the canopy, but you realize like as it's getting down, like it's getting shakier and shakier and shakier and shakier. And like kind of the last thing that you see is you see your brother standing in kind of like a semicircle with a couple of, you know, presumably it's the elves that you saw earlier, kind of like standing around a like an area of dirt and kind of like drawing something in the dirt.
Do any of the elves have like an insignia or something on them?
Well, you're literally riding a roller coaster that's like almost coming off the rails. Make a spot check if you get a nat 20, maybe.
No, like
And then, so unlike the previous time where it kind of like zoomed in on your brother, your perspective just like goes crashing down through the trees, and then like bam, like hits the ground, and like everything looks black for a second, and then and then there's just kind of like a shimmer, and then your sword looks like a sword again.
Okay. Oh. Well, thank you so much for that. That was very informative.
Yeah, that was fun. I haven't felt the wind in my hair in a long time. She looks totally unfazed by any of that.
I know more precisely where you might be. Do you by chance happen to know any of those landmarks that we saw?
That is not my department, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, thank you. We will get that delivered to you if it's possible. Or not to you, but you know what I mean.
She's like, well, yes, and deliver it back to me if it's not possible.
Yes.
There we go.
Has it been a while since you've been out and about?
Make a spot check real quick.
Yeah, I mean that's not horrible. I mean it's an 11.
What?
How about sense motive?
That's probably a little better.
Hey.
That's a 13.
It is a little better. I mean,
it's a little better.
You catch just a little bit, just kind of a quizzical, like to you, like there's an emotion crosses her face that like makes you a little bit quizzical, but you can't really quite place it. But you know, then she just smiles and she's like, "No, my work here keeps me pretty busy." And you know, as much fun as all of this has been, and then she like wiggles her finger that has one of the rings on it and like winks at Baheer. You know, I think I have another customer coming here shortly, so I should probably you know, be ready to help other folks as well.
Okay.
All right.
I'll have to take you out sometime. In the meantime, can you put the ring that made Baheer their dance? Can you set that to the side for me?
She's like, I'll do you one better, and she like she reaches into the box and grabs it, and then she goes to kind of like escort the two of you to the door. And then as she walks by the skeleton that doesn't have the armor on, she grabs his hand and slips the ring onto one of his fingers.
Oh, on Bob?
Yeah, I saw you guys were having fun naming them earlier in chat.
Well, I mean, they have to have names.
There, that way I won't lose track of it.
Oh, fantastic. That's later. Good. I'll be back for that one. Thanks a lot for your time again.
Yep, thank you.
She starts kind of fiddling with the rings on her fingers. You know, like not like agitatedly is not the word I want, but kind of like absentmindedly like fiddling with them. And then like as you go out the door, you know, maybe you look over your shoulder one more time or whatever. She like starts taking them off, and then like those you know, magician ring tricks that you see where they have two solid metal rings and they're like clank clank, and then they like do it a third time, and then somehow they're now like they're inside of each other. She like takes the 5 rings and like together has like a little instead of the 5 individual ones. And then she turns to go back over. Desk there.
Roboto, we have got to get rich somehow. Roboto.
Yes, I fully agree.
And then probably at this point, all too a little too familiar to Baheer. Again, as you step out the door, there's that brief moment of like, whoa, where you just kind of feel a little off balance. Not even necessarily sick to your stomach, but you just kind of like feel just a little bit off balance and like a little queasy for a second, and then you like step into the alleyway.
Ooh. Reminded me of smelling the orc there for a second.
Yeah.
Let's head back. It was enlightening. I don't know what you guys were playing with over there, but I was just looking at those rings, and there's a lot of fun toys.
I may have learned a more exact location of where I can find my brother, so...
Oh, okay.
Where I can find him.
Well, we should get this package here delivered, and I kind of hold it up in front of you there.
Seems like we're getting more and more to do every day.
I know. We got to get this delivered so we can acquire her services and find my family.
It should be like on the way though to my thing, right? Would be your thing.
I mean, you were looking towards the north, right?
Yeah, by where the elves are.
Yeah, I'm from up there. I don't know if my family went back there when I got lost.
There's a really big forest with like mountains and like a giant tree. Ring any bells for you?
I mean, that could be my area. Can I roll something to see if I can think of anything more specific?
Sure. Yeah, just knowledge geography or probably knowledge geography.
Yeah, I don't have that. So
damn it.
Knowledge.
Knowledge
nature,
local
history
would also work.
No. I got none of that.
Yeah, I think either local or geography would make the most sense.
Maybe
you could make an int roll just to make like an educated guess, but it's that's different from knowing something for sure.
Well, even with as just a straight int roll, that's a 7.
Did
I rolled a 4,
Skabash?
so.
Do we know that Skabash's mom is Elvish?
Yes, I told you she was Elvish.
You did tell us. Okay.
I think we met her.
I think that'd be the next person I would go ask.
Well, you met her, but she was fully covered from head to toe.
Or like maybe I'd go to a party first and like tell them all what I learned.
Yeah, let's go. Let's head back. I got to check my my progress on the distillation.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Maybe don't talk about that. Oh, I guess I don't know that.
You don't know about that yet.
I don't know that's illegal. Oh, yes. You gotta brew up those beers.
Oh, wait. Scott said something about we're not supposed to talk about that. These people that live here, man, they don't like anything fun.
Oh, really? A bunch of Alondites around here.
I guess.
A lot of Karendites.
I'm just trying to have a bunch of fun, and every few minutes, I swear, Scott's telling me it's illegal, or I shouldn't do that in public. I don't get it.
All right, so I think at this point, it's probably been a good chunk of the day between the various things that you all have been doing. Is there anything else you want to do with kind of your evening?
Probably something illegal. Would the distillation have completed by this point?
Sure.
Okay. How much would that have gotten us? Just like a fifth, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to give you like a bottle of rum, kind of thing. Like what I think that's usually 750 milliliters.
Yeah, a fifth.
Vodka, I guess, not rum, but whatever.
So we've got a fifth of vodka to split between a couple of us here. We'll have to test it out. And I believe Ava said something about buying the next rounds.
You're gonna have her buy it from you?
Well, no. We're gonna sample this first, and then once we've got the pre-party going on, we'll go to the pub.
Oh, we're gonna pre-game.
Completely out of character here. But one has to ask, how many times filtered is that vodka?
Oh, this is
not
0.
0.
This is the first attempt. So yeah,
using alchemy tools.
I mean, I'm sure I have a filter. It was probably filtered once.
Through a hat.
A coffee filter. I mean, come on. I'm not.
I mean, if we wanted the higher quality stuff requires a higher DC.
My alchemy kit is exceptional, by the way. Thank you.
The lower quality goes through a sock.
Yeah. I use my high quality sock filter. But other than that, I mean, I could start on my second alchemical project, but that probably won't get complete before we need to discuss our next plans.
Honestly, I'm down to leave Capstone tomorrow, to be honest. But I don't think anyone else will be.
I mean,
we come bearing news of doom by...
Good luck, not our job. I mean, not our job, It's their
Speak
fault
for yourself.
that they were ready. Yeah, I guess some people actually have family here, but
I don't think Drew would approve of it either.
And it is 2 other people's actual jobs.
It's right here, Amras. I've got it. It's a different alchemical process. You asked me about the rubato essence for men. I mean, me and Baheer, we have a new mission as well that also involves heading to the north. And that involves my hometown, so I've got a couple of things up north that I wouldn't mind doing. One would be I would have a chat with those gobbies, I guess. And then I really want to go and take a look at that rat again, because I have a feeling that same rat is probably still there. Maybe there's more. I don't know. How fast do rats breed?
I think they breed pretty fast. Like, you see one rat, there's probably 20 more.
That's a good point. There could be more smart rats.
Mm-hmm. Could be a whole swarm of smart rats.
Yeah. And if they have books like that last one I brought back to town, those are some smart rats.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to deal with that as well.
Do you think the rats wrote the books?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay. Just the way you said that, if they had more books, they're smart rats. Like, do you think they're reading the books?
Hey,
they read now?
I hope not.
I had to sample the product, all right, so I'm feeling a little fuzzy.
Gotcha.
Is it any good?
Fine, good.
Will it do the job?
Oh, yes. You won't have taste buds after a few.
We'll just have to put a little bit of flavoring in it or something.
Well, you don't know that yet. You're probably just a little, proud of your concoction.
Is everyone going to try to drink some?
Yeah, where do you guys want to meet up?
Well, we're not drinking this in public.
Yeah. This is the pregame. This needs to be done in private.
Drunk.
Should we get everybody together to sample the first batch?
Not Alondite. That would go over very poorly for us.
Oh, and maybe not the two people who also work for the government.
Yeah.
I will point out, for whatever it's worth, the consumption of alcohol is not illegal.
The problem is we have to tell them where we got it, and I highly doubt any of you can lie well enough to not spill the beans that we produce.
You haven't asked me to lie yet.
A fair point. But then if you tell Alondite, he'll have to go tell his superior.
So yeah,
all we have to do is tell them we purchased this. That's all we have to say.
Then they're gonna ask from who, and then what are you gonna say?
I know this really guy named Stefan.
He used to be a goblin, but now he's not.
No, different guy completely.
Let's just keep this between ourselves for now. Okay.
Are we gonna get super drunk off of this then, and then show up and they're like, "What happened to you guys?"
We're just gonna have a shot of it, and then we're gonna go find them.
Just a quick sample.
Okay. Yep. Just real quick.
Mm-hmm. Everybody roll Constitution checks. No.
Do we need to roll?
Yeah, no, they're totally. Yeah, there are rules for drinking.
Oh boy.
It's fun to keep track of because then you end up with things happening like Thadris' old character Ujime succeeding on a DC. I think it was 2048 fortitude save. It was like his 12th drink of the night or whatever.
What the crap?
But he rolled a nat 20, and that's an automatic success on a saving throw. So,
oh boy.
Was it a con flow?
It's definitely a fortitude saving throw, but I need to look up the rules. It's been a long time.
Oh, fort. That's even better.
Yeah, this is going to go well. We're not going to meet the rest of them at the bar.
Oh, no, I at least have
I might be okay.
Fortitude.
Okay. You guys might just leave me.
I've rolled one time above a 10. So
I'm trying to find it.
If anything, that means my luck should be even better for this roll. You would think, right?
You'd think.
No, for sure there's rules about it. I'm surprised it's not coming up with a Google search. Looney, do you remember by chance? Are you here?
I don't know. I'm just going to roll my fortitude save now. I already know it's not going to go well.
Because this is definitely not the numbers that we used to use.
Close.
I'll take it. Got to sample it, right?
Not bad. It's a 50.
It says a drink is defined as 12 ounces.
Yeah, are you looking at the one on Stack Exchange? That's not the right rules.
No, I'm looking at the one on Giant in the playground.
Yeah, that was the next one I was looking at. That's a homebrewed thing, though, it looks like. Is it like the DC like doubles or something? I can't remember.
Well, if you got up to a fortitude of 2048, I would assume at minimum it doubles.
I think that's what it is. I can get a text through Pagers. Sometimes he's watching the sessions, but I'm assuming he would have spoken up in all caps by now if he was here.
Yeah. Roll for it, Baheer. Let's see it.
Yeah, either way, the first one will be, the first one's like a DC 10 or something.
I mean, we're just taking a drink and then go.
Yeah, but then you were going to go drink more, right?
True.
Of course.
I mean, why not finish the bottle on the way, you know?
No, we're not taking this outside of the house. It'll be in a backpack when we're not around.
Okay.
I
Sounds
break the
good.
bottle.
I'm really gonna have to teach the two of you how to do illegal activities without getting caught.
I mean, I have a water skin. What if I just empty the water out of it?
Oh, he saw my text. He's responding. We got lucky.
Water bottle, Red Bull in the other hand. Ava's got the trash can all planned out already.
A sandwich ready to go to eat for when you get home.
Are you guys already planning vodka Red Bulls?
I was thinking an Irish trash can, but vodka Red Bull, I guess that works.
Sweet. He responded. He said they're an arms and equipment guide, which I do have and I could grab, although he probably knows where also. So he said he'd grab it and put them in chat. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and make your first saves. I'm 99% sure the first one is bad. And then if I remember correctly, the way that works is you take like not damage, or sorry, you take whiz damage, not drain. And I think int and whiz damage when you fail.
Oh no, that's not gonna go well.
You heal it.
Yeah, that's why I corrected it and said damage, not drain.
But yeah, so I rolled a 19. Ska got a 14, and I think he said it was a 15 total.
15 total.
And Baheer rolled a 12. I don't know if you have fortitude at all.
Yeah, it was 17 total.
Okay. Yeah, we're holding pretty strong with our first. Sip.
Is Ava or Drew?
No, it's literally just three of us.
Three of you? Okay.
We gotta suss the other ones out for how they'll act.
Okay. So what are you doing with the bottle in the meantime?
Oh, it's staying here for now.
No, it's not.
Initial DC is based on the alcohol between 11 and 15, depending on how strong the drink is. It's a potato vodka that Rubato just brewed.
Rubato.
So yeah, it's pretty much rubbing.
We're going to a bar. We're not going to
it'd
bring
be
alcohol
like
with
15.
us.
Yeah, so probably on the higher end since it's hard A. It's not like ale. Each subsequent drink in the hour adds a -1 penalty to the fortitude save, which then doubles for each further drink. Okay, that's what it is. I was thinking doubling was in there. All right, thank you. Since you have it handy, do you mind just DMing me in Discord the page citation so I can find it? Future D&D, so I'm sure we'll need it again.
Why ever would you think that?
Okay, and then when you fail, there's you take like is int and whiz damage, right? Like 1d4 or something, or maybe 1d2. Thank you, Looney and Thadris. Appreciate you guys. Character fails, takes 1d2 whiz and 1d2 dex. Right. You're getting stumbly.
Dom.
Okay, so I'm trying to sneak the bottle along with us. What would I roll for that?
To sneak the bottle along? Sleight of hand. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a hide check, technically.
So that would be an 18.
To hide it? Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty well hidden. So what were Skabosh and Baheer's rolls actually?
15.
I had a 17.
Okay. You're good, just barely.
Yep. We're doing all right.
It'd be sleight of hand.
Well, but sleight of hand is to hide something that you're like when somebody is observing.
I can roll that too.
Well, I mean, yeah, it'd be the same. That would modifier potential.
So there's a table too for like how high the DC would be. That's cool.
I just want to make sure all of our friends get to try it. They don't have to know where it came from.
Ribato, if
Yes,
you
Mom?
get us caught, you will never see another book again. Throwing that out there.
Well, that's just rude.
Both ability scores reach 0. You get alcohol poisoning. I don't think we ever played with that.
Oh boy.
Dangerous
I'm getting
strong
alcohol
spirits is
poisoning
15.
tonight.
Is that
guys.
in the section, Looney? Okay.
Firstly, if you get caught, you will be put away. You will never have access to. Throwing it out there.
Okay, we'll call it a 13 then, using those numbers for future reference for anybody else that's drinking anything else. Anyway, that was probably more time than it was worth, but now we'll have it for future reference.
I'll be careful.
So to the tavern then?
Yes, to the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. To the pub. The rest of them know we're meeting here tonight, right?
Ava's gonna be there.
Ava's already on stage singing "I Will Survive."
Be right back. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think this counts as a dangerously strong spirit.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm kind of waffling between 13 and 15.
Well, it looks like we're going to be rolling some D2.
I say it's basically moonshine, right?
I'm missing. 2, 5, no, 6. Yeah, no, we're good. Yes, I was retelling your the tale of Jimmy's alcoholic prowess. Man, I even remember the number 2048. I'm pretty sure that's what I said, right?
Yeah.
Is Alondite here?
I'll let him decide that. I put him outside the door because I wasn't sure, but
What time is it?
it would be late enough for you to be done with Amina. I said a while ago that it was like getting on till later in the day, so
I don't know. Let Dice decide if I would have thought to come to the bar.
Bring Amina.
A horse walks into a bar.
It's like the medieval version of a biker bar. They're riding your motorcycle through. It's your horse.
Like a saloon, except you bring the horses inside.
There's like double hinge, like swing doors.
I don't know. It would be a fair roll to know, like, wisdom or
For what? Like, what are you trying to determine?
just in game. If my character would even know that they would be at the bar, like wisdom wise.
I'd say wisdom if it's like I'm busy and then like does it occur to me that like I haven't seen them in a while and to go find them that they'd probably be at the bar, or intelligence if you like realize that they were gone and then we're like, oh, okay, hold on, where would I go find them?
It's a specific skill that would be, because I guess they're both stats are the same.
Yeah. No, not really.
11. Yeah. Yes, I kind of know. Get an intuition. Which bar is closest to the stables, or to where? I assume there's multiple.
Yeah, there's a couple. Generally speaking, you guys have gone to this one, which I've described as being on like the east side of town, and you're at the northwestern military camp right now.
So that one's like across town?
I mean, yes, across town, but also remember across town is like 300 feet.
Oh, right.
As the bird flies, so maybe 400 or 500, but still it's not very far.
Yeah, all right. I'll mosey on in like afterwards, like maybe like 10 minutes after conversation or something.
Okay.
After we're getting into our drinks.
Yeah, traumatic entrance. Kind of looking around town, kind of figuring that you guys aren't going to be at like Skabosh's.
I mean, you would have been there when Ava said she was going to get the first round and stuff, and then we were all like, "But not tonight. We all need to sleep tonight."
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think everybody'd have a general idea that we'd end up there.
And this has usually been our meeting place.
Yeah.
Before the day ends.
If not here, the church always has a tendency to meet at my bedroom.
What a phrase.
Ava's still up there on the bar singing.
Oh yeah, you should put yourself up on the actual bar.
Yeah, you should. The bartender is not happy.
I don't know, maybe it's good for sales. Hold on. Let me roll my mood dice.
Oh yeah, that's true.
For those of you that have never seen them.
Yeah, it's the mood dice.
I think I got most of the 6 faces on. I like to roll 2 of them because it gets you a combination and it's not quite so black and white.
That's a good response. I like that.
Yep. So yeah.
Happy.
You and you said you were already on the bar when they got here, right?
Yeah.
Is that just because you're like feeling jubilant, or are you hammered?
No, just feeling jubilant.
Okay.
Not like, but probably like buzz, but not like.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say you failed 2 saves so far. Or you've had 2 drinks. Sorry, not failed 2 saves. We can roll the saves later if we need to. But yeah, so you show up, you have a couple drinks, you see a couple of other like militia folk. Well, and this is all just like while you're waiting for the other people to arrive. You got to a little carousing, a little celebrating, had a few drinks, hopped up on the bar, and then not all together, unlike Merry and Pippin dancing on the table in the Green Dragon Inn. You're up there having a grand old time, and then you see the doors open, and at least the majority of the rest of your friends come in through the doors, and the bartender at first is like, whoa, but he sees you getting everyone riled up, and people are buying another round, and then your friends show up, and you're presumably like, woo, or whatever, and he's like, awesome, more people. So he's all for it. He's like, you know what, that's good for business.
Do I see Alondite come in a little later?
Yeah, I don't think that's a particularly hard thing to.
I'm gonna go up. I'm like, Alondite, I bet I could drink more than you. You want to find out? You want to find out? Are you too scared?
What's your choice of beverage?
What's the hardest you got, my guy? Bartender.
My guy.
What's the good stuff?
Oh man. Let me so I got myself a I've been like acquiring D&D things, and we're trying to finish out our 3.5 collection. And I got myself a Dragon magazine that I hadn't seen. Or at least I hadn't seen inside of before. And it has a section on the cover. It says, "Am I getting drunk yet? Booze and D&D." And then the actual section, once you get down there, lean it up against my monitor here. Is the section is called "Drunkards and Flagons."
Nice
choice.
So there are some proposed like additional alcohols in here. Do we have any of these? Some of them are very expensive. This one's not bad. A shot of Fire Belly is 2 gold.
2 gold a piece?
Ooh.
That's pricey.
That's the cheapest one by far.
That's a bottle. There's no way they do it by shot. That's got to be for the bottle.
No, it specifically says Fire Belly shot.
Oh my god.
Fire Belly, a harsh liqueur distilled by inhabitants of cold climates. Fire Belly is prized by those who can keep it down for the resistance to frigid temperatures.
I'm feeling kind of warm.
Imbibing
today.
1 shot of Fire Belly grants the drinker a +4 alchemical bonus on all fortitude saves against non-lethal damage by non-magical cold for the next hour.
Yes.
So
we'll keep that in mind.
So at first when you guys are like, what do you got? And he like puts up a bottle of vodka and some twice distilled whatever, and then he's like, all right, and then if you want to go a little more expensive, like I've got he's got like a slightly aged whiskey or something like that, and then he's like or for the, and he's picking up on you guys are challenging each other to his drink. He's like, for a real drinking man, I've got and then he slams up a bottle of this. And it is a bottle but the glass is blown. It's like not great, but it's like vaguely in the shape of a dragon, kind of like curled around something. And the alcohol that's in it has like a orangish hint to it.
How much for the game? How much you thinking? Bar keep.
Wait, how much for the game?
Like how much am I? It's 2 gold per shot.
I mean, if you're if you're up to the challenge.
I don't think we're rich enough for the challenge. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I'm sure I could handle it, but my pocketbook doesn't look like it can.
Yeah. Maybe we go with the whiskey.
The whiskey sounds good.
All right.
Can I take a look at Baheer and Alondite and try to gauge which one seems more constitutionally strong?
Which one seems like healthier or more stout or whatever?
Yeah. Get an idea of who I think could win this challenge.
It's gonna be fortitude saves. Is that what it's gonna be?
Yes.
Okay.
What would I roll for that?
Probably just the intelligence check.
All right. It's a 19.
Oh. Okay. And this is between Alondite and Baheer.
Uh-huh.
Both of them look like strapping lads. Certainly neither of them look sickly by any means, but you can't help but note that Baheer is maybe just a little more like muscled, a little bit more like a little bit more sturdily built. A little like thicker calves, maybe a little thicker around the chest. Just generally looks like he's got a little bit more meat on his bones.
Hey, Ska. I bet you 5 gold Alondite wins.
I don't even have 5 gold.
Ooh.
I used all my gold to get my daggers from Angela.
All right, how about this? I bet you a drink then that Alondite wins.
All right. My money on Baheer. You've already chosen Alondite.
Well, Alondite, let's see what you got.
Real quick, just for context, Ava, why don't you go ahead and make your 2 drink saves? The first one, would you? Ava seems like more of an ale drinker.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, like obviously you can go wherever you want from there, but just as a starting point. So let's say you're just having some, just some DC 11, some nice ales, some beers, whatever was what you had. So the first one is a DC 11 with your normal fortitude save.
With my normal fortitude,
yeah.
Okay. 12.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. And then hold on. I need to actually read the things again from Phaedrus there. So you're taking a fortitude save penalty, but then also, what is it? It's the DC double. That doesn't make sense because then you'd be off to a DC 20 right off the bat.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
22.
I think it's the negative doubles after each drink. So it starts -1, then -2, then -4. I think is what
that's what it is. The DC of the drink doesn't change. It's your penalty gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says the first hour, there's no penalty on the first drink. The second drink is a -1. The third drink, the -2. The fourth, a -4.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, it's functionally the same thing. It's just doing the math in reverse. So. Okay. So then for your other drink, make another fortitude save, but this time with a -1.
Okay.
-1 to whatever it would have been. So not like if you have 3 fort, it's not like you lose all those 3 and go to -1. You're gonna go 2.
2. Like -3 -1.
Yeah.
You mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be 19.
Dang. All right. You're stone cold sober. I mean, you're having a good time, but yeah, you're not stumbling or anything.
Hey, but you want to get in on this?
Sure.
Well, I might have to change.
Ava's going to sneak in and drink us under the table.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to change my bet. Hold on here. Ava's getting involved.
Let's get a perform dance roll for Ava real fast too for your work on the bar there.
Dance. Okay.
I'm clapping along.
Oh, you see, she's getting all of her good rolls out now. So since she starts drinking,
man.
Yeah, what would your total be on a perform check then?
20.
Nice. Yeah, killing it.
Got the moves.
Yeah.
The dancing queen.
Exactly.
That's my next song.
I was going to jump up here and sing Green Dragon with you, but if you're getting into the drinking competition.
Well, I'll stick with the dancing. I'll let you guys do it since bets are being made already. I'll just do you two. Or watch you two.
All right. So what are you just going drink for drink?
Yeah.
All right.
So it's Alondite and Baheer doing that.
So yes, okay. So Baheer, you've already had 2. So you're rolling with a -4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, -4 plus whatever your thing would have been. And Alondite hasn't had anything yet.
I thought Baheer only had 1.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had I just had the one. They wouldn't let me have any more.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So you're then you're rolling with a -1 for now, and Alondite has no penalty, just this normal save.
All right, that includes the strength as well, right?
Fortitude save
modifier. Yeah, so that's the base save plus the ability modifier.
Yes. Yeah, which should be totaled out there.
Yeah, 3.
Oh.
Oh.
That's funny.
I have 4 written down for you for fort save.
I don't know where the base save of 2 came from.
It's from your classes.
It shouldn't be, because my knight has no base save and my paladin only had +1.
Oh, okay. So you have 1 from paladin and 2 con. No, because you only have 1 con.
1 from strength, 2 from the paladin.
But strength doesn't affect fortitude save, it's constitution. And actually, and you have a 13 for both. Let me grab your character sheet fast.
What was I trying to make? Because I might not have made it.
Okay, but yeah, Constitution is sorry, still +1, same as my strength. That was just a fumble of words.
No, that's fine. So yeah, it looks like I just hadn't caught that on your sheet. I've been going through doing reviews of people's sheets. I haven't gotten to yours yet. So unless you have something else that's somehow giving you a bonus to it, you should just have 1 from class and 1 from con for a total 4 save. Because con would give you a 1, and then paladin would give you 1, and knight would give you 0.
Maybe that's where I'm getting 4 from the actual level.
Oh, yeah, level doesn't affect that.
Okay, so
yeah, there are things called modified level checks, but they're pretty rarely used. They're kind of a holdover from 3rd edition.
Yeah, no, it should be 3 then.
2.
Yeah, sorry, 3 in total. 2 for being the paladin, and 1 for the constitution, for a total of 3.
Got it. Okay.
But you multi-class, you don't get the fortitude up from
the
level 2 paladin.
Yeah, so right now you have the base saves from a level 1 paladin and a level 1 knight.
Yes.
So nothing has +2 though. It would either be +1 or +3 at level 1.
This says for a paladin. Oh, it says for a paladin, fort save is +2.
Yeah, and then the +2 for will is from the knight.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking out the hole in my neck. Yeah, it's 2 at first level. That's my bad. I'm thinking of second level, where it would be. Yes. Yeah, total of 3, 2 from paladin, 1 from con. There we go. All right. So yeah, Baheer and Alondite, and we're saving against you guys went with the whiskey.
Yeah.
All right. So that's, I think it said common whiskeys and stuff were but I described the whiskey as being a little bit more. So let's say 12. DC 12.
12. Okay, I make it.
Okay. So on your next roll, so that was with a -1. So on your next roll, you'll have a -2.
Yeah.
And then how about Alondite? DC 12 fort save. The D20 +3 currently.
He rolled a natural 20.
Oh,
the first one,
dang, wasted it early. All right. So next round then, Alondite has a -1, but
oh my
god!
-2.
Oh dear.
Well, what would you like to drink?
I got 6.
The first failure.
That's only a D. What? It's a D2.
A D2
you can't even roll a
each
D2
to
on here.
Wiz and Dax. Yes.
You can stop at any time.
Do you want to roll like flip a coin or something? I don't know.
You can do just roll D4, and then 1 and 2 is 1, 3 and 4 is 2.
Okay. Oof. Alrighty.
So 2 to Wiz. Well, no, they're separate.
Sorry.
They're separate.
Josh
Right?
and I used to challenge each other all the time. Might have been a while, but these were frequents with her. And I.
That's 2 to Dax, but you got to roll for the Wiz separately because they can be affected at different rates. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. So that's Dax. Okay, it's Wiz.
2 each.
Yeah. All right.
Ava, I'm glad I didn't join in after all.
Yeah, me too. Juge, get on up here.
You know, I can roll above a 10. Still haven't yet, except for that one time.
I can't move my mini.
Oh, Druge isn't in there.
Oh, I see it. Him.
Oh, nope. That I did the same thing, but that's just a random citizen.
Yep.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was wondering why I couldn't move.
That's really funny.
It's a Druge imposter.
Or Doc's over here just like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, why do something? Never mind.
I'm going to roll a quick performance check to see if I can keep up with Ava.
Yes.
Barkeep, bring us some cups.
By the way, Dr. Hugetime, did you ever figure out the linking earlier?
Yeah, I have my account linked, and when I go to I made a little world real quick. When I go to my own, and I go to like the little mini menu, he pops up for me. But when I hit spacebar and go to the Hero Forge menu in your world, he's not there. And I don't know if you have to approve him on your end first.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I think there is something about that too. It's been a while. I'll have to look at the directions.
I don't remember doing anything. I remember stuff just showing up, but
So as far as I remember, right now you have to click him and the chain link will appear, and you either link it and then sever it when you in the bottom left corner.
That sounds about right.
Are you talking to me or to Drew?
Both of you. And then once it's linked, then Mercy can apply it to the board.
You see the chain in the bottom left?
I don't see when I'm in your world. I don't.
Click space and go to community mods. Maybe is that what you mean?
It's in the bottom left. You click the Hero Forge sword, and then it'll pop up all of your Hero Forge created things, unless you haven't linked your Hero Forge account yet.
No, I said he has.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to link up the account. That's right.
Yeah, because my Hero Forge key access is put in. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so in the bottom left, you'll have the Hero Forge tab, and then the beta community mod. So if you click on the Hero Forge tab, it should pull up all of the different Hero Forge minis, and Drew should be there. And what you do is you click the chain link, and it's either broken or connected. And once the chain is connected, then it'll be uploaded into the server of Mercy's game, and then he should be able to drag it and apply it to the game.
Yeah, I got nothing.
We can look
at little Hero Forge.
Yeah, we can look at it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put in your current mini for now.
You got a twin in there,
right
though.
in front of his brother.
So for performance, real quick, I rolled a 9, and I've got a +3 in act, oratory, and sing.
Well, you said you were dancing, right?
Yeah. So I think that's just a straight 9. I'm not keeping up very well.
Ava's like next
or you're
to him,
holding
like,
back on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to show him like the move set that she's doing, but he's just like not quite like there. Like I step right and he steps left. Yeah.
Like Phaedra's trying to teach me to dance for my wedding.
I didn't mean to step on your foot.
It's okay.
Kicking glasses over, you know.
Yeah, whereas Ava is putting on what is like the term for it is a great performance. It's routine, enjoyable, great, memorable, and extraordinary are the
nice.
The threshold. You're putting on a great performance. If you were in a prosperous city, you may be invited to join a professional troupe.
Oh my gosh. My calling.
You have a lot of callings.
Roll me 3d10, Ava.
3 d10s all together.
Yeah.
Oh, 7, 3, and 1.
That's how much gold you made in tips.
No, not gold. Making money doesn't work like that.
So say we have a new business.
Yeah, no, however, as you are dancing around up there, like periodically somebody goes by and like drops a copper into like a mug that's near where you're dancing.
Aww.
And you know, and like you know, very like in a very like camaraderie kind of way, you know, they come by and like, you know, give you a cheer before they leave for the night and drop their change in the mug or whatever. So over the course of the night, you'll accumulate 11 copper.
Nice. That's awesome. I'll throw a couple in like the barkeep's like tip pile.
Awesome. All right. Okay, so next roll then. Hopefully you guys are keeping track of your negatives. I'll do my best also too, but I think
I have them down on my sheet.
Well, that too, but your negatives for the roll.
Oh, I think I'm at what, 3 now or 4? My last one was 2.
Yes. So this would be the next drink would be at a -4 for you.
-4. Okay. The Alondite would be
no, you should only be
2.
1 ahead of Alondite, right? And Alondite's last one had no change.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you should be at a -2 here, and he should be at a -1.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh my! I'm gonna lose it.
Oh no!
So we're just gonna have to carry Baheer.
I'm gonna lose it.
Alondite.
Alondite's like, they don't call me the tin can for nothing. He's crushing his beer cans on his head. Like,
why can I not roll above 10 today? Okay, so I gotta roll
10. We dragged the orc.
This.
There you go.
It's another 3. That's great.
That's another 2 to Dex.
He's secretly not drinking them. He's like tossing them over his shoulder.
And then roll for Wiz also.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am gonna lose it.
They actually are. Oh, now that the minis are linked, we can actually put strength and intelligence and stuff on your minis. I hadn't bothered to do it before, back before I figured out how to make the Omni minis. If you remember a couple sessions ago,
no.
This would be the perfect time to use it. Yeah, for now, just do it on your paper. But dang it, that's great.
Oh, I've already done that actually.
Oh, nice. If you guys can do them, then yeah, you can do it in the background here if you want while we're doing this. That way I'm not managing too many things all at once. All right. So next drink then is Baheer at a -4 and Alondite at -2.
Please roll above a 10, please. Oh,
there you go.
That's a 20. -4 would be 16, so I'm good this time.
But here you had that moment in the bar bathroom where you're like hands like gripping the sink and you're looking at them. You're like,
come on, get it together.
Come on, get it together. Splash a little cold water on yourself. Like.
Yeah.
I splashed some of my wineskin on me, and then I realized I still have ale in there from when we were in the orc camp. my eyes.
I pause and I look at my finances here. I'm like, how much are the shots?
These are probably like, I don't know, 5 silver or something.
Oh, 5. Okay.
While they're cheering on that last round, I'm like, hey, George, come here real quick. You got your glass?
Oh, all right. What you got for me?
And I'll pour him a shot of the rubato and ska special.
You guys need to think of a name for it.
Yeah, we got to think of something fancy for our butter swill.
This is kind of crusty. Where'd you get this from?
Crusty.
Let's just say I procured it. Okay. Just take a drink of that. Tell me what you think.
And then you said I just rolled 20.
Yeah.
And this is my first drink. So what is my penalty?
There's no change.
There is no penalty. Okay.
Right. Like,
a little stronger than what
this is his first drink ever in life.
Just like my mom's house. Okay, this is not something we kept on a regular basis.
So you take 1d2 dexterity and then 1d2 wisdom damage. So really you can roll, whatever dice you want. 4s are the easiest to keep track of, but if you're on the lower half of the dice, then you take 1, and if you're on the higher half of the dice, you take 2.
And I'll drink it with him. If I'm giving him a shot, I'm gonna drink it with him.
You take it like a champ.
2 d4s.
So you take 2 dexterity damage, and then you'll need to do it for wisdom.
Oh, but you have -1, don't you? Because you had one already.
I do.
So you failed.
I did.
Okay, so I took 2 dex, and then
2 to whiz. So if you right click on your mini, there's a thing that looks like a parchment or a scroll that says stats. If you go in there, you can actually fill that out. Y'all should do that for your characters.
Yeah, I'm doing mine right now.
And then that way you can keep, it's just good in general anyway, but also, for something like this, then you can track your damage to stats also. All right, next round for our challengers. So we're to what? That was -2 and -4 that round?
Yep.
So it's now -4 for Alondite, -8 for Baheer.
Mm-hmm.
8. Ooh, that's good.
10.
So
that's not good.
Technically failed that one, but still.
I have a negative what?
You have a -8.
8? Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, definitely failed that.
Yeah, both of you failed. So yeah, roll 1d4, and then that's your dex. 1d2, but using the d4.
Oh my god, the threes.
Are you even still up?
Listen.
Oh, there's a 2.
Yeah.
Oh no.
3 is what?
So Baheer takes 2 dex damage and 1 whiz damage. Alondite takes 2 dex damage, and then you got to roll again for whiz damage. Oh, and 2 for whiz damage also.
All right, I just gotta roll. At this point, it's down to rolling really, really high or getting low rolls on the.
Wait, why does it say that your strength is 16 out of 10?
They're all out of 10.
I think you can change that.
You can.
Yeah, change the bottom number to your max.
Oh, you can change the bottom
numbers?
Yeah,
do it like hit points. So set the bottom one as your max, and then the top is your current.
Okay. So I'm doing it different. Like the top is my total HP for combat, and then my bottom is my fatigue.
-2.
I suppose either way actually works.
Oh god.
Well, but it's out of, right? It's a fraction. I'm at 10 out of 20.
Well, yeah, but okay.
But Alondite's at 20 out of 10, so.
So what I'm doing is combat at HP, and the other one is fatigue or non-lethal.
Got it. Okay. But either way, that doesn't affect this.
Okay.
Right now. So I guess you're saying that 11 is your max and 9 is what you're... Yeah, as long as it makes sense to you. I don't care too much. It's definitely going to throw me off in the future when I look at it, so you'll need to remind me.
Well, the way I'm thinking about it is that there will be a time when we are taking both physical and fatigue. And both numbers are going to be needed, so...
Yeah. No, I get it. It's fine. I just am going to need a reminder now and then that that's not max.
Okay.
Like, not right now, but...
That is a good point, though. That is a good point. We'll have to think of that one in the future. What'd you think of that, Drooge?
I don't think I win this, unless they start rolling that 20s.
Right now. Went down the wrong side, pasted like Dookie.
Because now it's a -16 for me?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
Yes, and then a -8 for Alondite.
It's impossible for me now.
No, you can roll that 20.
I'm going to lose more than he does.
No, that
I'm going to attack my own.
I already lost on all the easy ones. I mean, all those 6s and 3s and 8s.
Oh, there he is. There's Drooge.
Yeah, 7.
Oh, no, you both failed it.
Yeah, I'm going to fail from now on. 1 dex.
You never know. It was exactly this type of situation where where Ujime succeeded with a -2048 to his roll.
Let me run through this real quick.
1 dex. How many wisdom am I taking? Oh, oof. I needed it the other way around.
Yes, wait, it's the max damage you can take is 2 of each, or is it the...
Yeah, 2 of each. You're rolling 1d2.
What did you roll?
I rolled 2.
Oh.
So I'd take 2 of dexterity and
2 dex.
No, if you rolled a 2 on a d4, that's only 1. It's the bottom half of the die is 1, and the top half of the die is 2.
All right, and then I took -2.
Can I change mine to odds are 1 and evens are 2?
However you want to track it, it doesn't matter. It just needs to be a coin flip somehow.
No, I'm going to keep it because as soon as I change it, I'm going to roll straight evens always. All right. Another d20. Here we go. Oof. I lose.
Welcome to the party, Drooge.
I lose.
Nice.
Okay. I might not be out yet. I will for sure be out the next one, so it doesn't matter, but I'm going to the end. That's 1 dex. That's 1 dex. Where's my dexterity? Oh no, I have 3 wisdom. I've got 1 more in me.
Possibly 2 more.
Ugh.
Oh.
No, not 2 more.
Oh no.
You roll low on the 20s and high on the 4s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Worst case scenario, either you know what, I'm sorry, I'm going to evens and odds. I'm going to evens and odds for this one. Not that matters anymore. All right. Unless I get that 20. Oh, where'd my dice go?
So what are we at for penalties now? That was the round of 8 and 16.
I was at 16, so I got...
So you're at -32 now, and it's -8. Or -16, sorry.
It's impossible for me to just...
20, so I stay at 8, right?
No. It still increases.
No. Yeah, so you have a -16 penalty to the fortitude save that you roll.
I failed, so I'm out.
Oh, no!
And then I rolled an odd, so that was 1 at least, but...
1 to the dex. What about the whiz?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I roll for the whiz.
Gotcha.
But how is Alondite doing? Is he still out?
Alondite takes 2 to the dex and 1.
Yeah.
And 2 to the whiz. Man, you guys are getting hit hard by this.
Oh boy.
So, okay, and then we got to what, round of 32? So it was 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. So you need to pay for 6 shots. So that'd be 3 gold.
Okay.
Alondite, did you survive it?
We should probably get them home.
It's shots.
I'm knocked out. I'm out.
Yeah, so Alondite's at 9 dex, which is actually that's pretty good. That's just slightly below average. He's like probably not even really stumbling or anything, but he's at 5 wisdom.
Okay.
Bathroom.
We need to take them home.
It's just slumped over the counter at this point.
Oh, they'll be fine. Ava, come here. I've got a drink for you.
You think Druge can like carry Baheer home?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Does anybody know where Baheer is actually staying?
Just take him to my parents' house.
That's true. He can sleep in the spare room with me.
Yeah, let's just do that for now.
Guys, it's important. I didn't see the bathroom before we got here. It's the bathroom. It's weird.
Alondite, let's go back to your quarters.
Oh, what do you mean? He's doing fine.
No, we're gonna go. We're going home.
Alondite, do you want one more shot?
Oh, dear.
You challenged me, so I got this. You're gonna lose.
I'll pour him a shot of ours. I'll take one with him. Ava.
And what did we decide for that? DC 14? I forgot.
15.
15.
Oh.
Yeah. Ava, come on. Join us for a shot.
All right, one more.
That's right. One more.
Rolled out ones, then you all go unconscious.
One more.
What about me? What about me? I've only had one.
Come on, Druge. I'll fill you in. Ska?
The barkeeper over there while you're giving us all your booze.
We're going home.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We're all
as
taking.
long as Druge can drag Baheer to my house.
I'll help him.
No worries. I can do it.
All right, we're all taking one. You ready to roll?
I can handle it. Go two-handed.
What?
Oh, I'm good.
Oh,
Someone got 20.
Alondite's still going.
I rolled a 20. I'm good.
Oh, Druge rolled a 20. Oh, nice.
I failed, but it's not bad. Was it Dex and
Yeah,
Wiz?
1d2 to Dex and 1d2 to Wiz.
You roll and cut it in half?
Yeah.
I passed. I made it.
Plus a 2. 2 to my Dex.
So, sorry, this is my third. So
it's -4.
No,
Number
your first one's
3,
3.
right?
So the first one's no
so it's
penalty. The second
-2.
one's 1, and then the third one's doubled 1 to 2.
2. Okay.
So then a 1
And what's
to my
the
wisdom.
If you're
14,
drinking the
or-
potato vodka, that's a DC 15.
15?
15.
So Baheer's passed out on the bar.
15,
Like it.
and then roll your fort save and total it all up, and then take 2 off of it.
I don't think
I
either of us are going to remember tonight, Alondite, with our
And then
wisdom
Sabosh-
scores.
Wait, you rolled
Nope.
1, and then you rolled 2.
Definitely
together.
not. You're passed out at the bar.
I don't know what happened with
Yeah.
that. I picked up.
I like see you passed out on the bar, like head face down. I'm like, oh, I'm just like, I love you. I don't love the people you're with. They're a bunch of rich ale.
I'm gonna guide Alondite back to his quarters. Walking.
He's holding up.
He's just very mentally impaired from it.
Yeah,
By
how's...
the way,
We need Druge.
that last shot of whatever, it was not good whiskey. It went bad.
Don't worry about it.
You were expecting it to be whiskey, and they gave you vodka.
Yeah.
Druge, can you drag me?
Yeah, I can do it. Don't worry about it.
Let's follow Roboto. He knows.
Come on, guys. We'll finish drinking the rest of this at our place.
We're just gonna get here like real bright and early.
Yeah.
We're all gonna be super hungover, like oh.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, I think you heal them at a rate of 1 per hour. But so if you just sleep the night through, that's only 8. Some of you lost way more than 8.
Yeah.
I did.
I didn't lose more than 8 dex, but I lost. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at my sheet because I stopped editing there. Yeah.
It's okay, guy. I got this, guys. It's where's Amina? Amina.
No, you're not riding your horse.
She could take me home. It's okay.
Come on.
All right, dude. Ava, are you coming? We're gonna drink some more back at the house.
I think I should call it a night.
Yeah. All right.
But one more song.
As long as you're not getting too drunk, just keep singing if you want to.
Yeah, I just want to sing. Sing my heart out.
Wait, bartender. How much is a bottle?
All right. You've already been crushing it on the dancing. Give us a perform check for singing.
Alondite, come on. Let's go.
Sounds good.
Boy, we'll take it home.
See you at home.
Oh, yeah.
Dang. I think you got a +1, right?
Yep. So 19.
Yeah, Ava's crushing it. She's in her element right now. A born performer.
Let's go on. Capstone's Got Talent.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good.
We can leave Baheer there for another couple minutes, right?
Yeah, I wish there was a way to attach minis so you could like.
He's not waking up anytime soon.
I guess. Wait, we could hold on. I'm curious about this. I'll test something. I gave. Yeah.
Hey,
can you select both of you?
How would I do that?
Like if you just click your mouse, can you like do like a selection circle or anything? You know, just like if you were trying to like circle something in MS Paint, like can you just like click and drag?
If you hold left click, there's like a kind of like a shader thing. I don't know if that's like
yeah, that's selecting.
It won't select pose.
Hold on, I'll do both directions. So I might not be explaining it well, but
no, but I figured I had a teleport.
There, Rocket, can you do the selection thing and select both of you? Does it work?
No, it only selects one of us.
Because I can do that. Like I can grab both of you and do that. I was hoping I could give you guys permission to use each other, like to use each other's minis, and then you'd be able to do it. Dang it, that would have been cool.
Oh wait, I can pick us up and drag us together.
Oh,
yeah,
one at a time.
There we go.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Yeah, we can drag him out at any time. Then we're fine.
All right, you're taking him out.
Yep.
Hey, bartender.
No, wait, hold on. I'm supposed to be leading them up. See you later, Ava.
See ya.
One bottle to go.
And as we're walking back,
this guy has no eyeballs.
I'm gonna ask Roboto if he has any more of that. Try to take another swig, just nothing crazy.
I mean,
do it.
The more I drink, the better the crusty alcohol starts to taste.
I'm not even mad. I got knocked out, so I get XP. Let's go.
That's not the same thing as dying, but I will give you some XP for the drinking challenge. Yes.
Yeah, dude, I've got a bit more here. Take another swig. We're carrying Baheer home. Yeah.
Oh, look at that! 2 in a row. I'm good to go.
You guys are taking all my rolls.
Yeah, all the people getting that 20s for people that didn't need them yet.
Man, this stuff's pretty good. The more I drink it, the better it tastes. Where'd you say you got this from again?
I'll tell you later.
Let's head home. Okay. Drink more there.
You think the bartender has some? Hey, bartender, have you had this before? Go back in.
Hold up.
Skavash is trying to herd cats over here.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything in particular you want to stay behind to do, Ava, or you just gonna dance away for a little while longer before you go to bed?
Yep,
Okay.
Just dancing.
Okay.
And singing.
The after parties at Skabash's house,
All right.
I'm scared to drink more.
I shouldn't have pre-gamed.
The luck that I'm having, I keep going.
I gotta like hold out my coin purse and start reaching for a bottle behind the table.
Oh yeah, that's true. Don't forget to actually subtract money for those of you that were buying shots.
Yeah, I did already.
So it's a
That
bottle.
comes out of the party gold, right?
Well, I only drink what Roboto gave me, so I can throw some coins.
Well, I bought the first round too, so
Oh, that's
Lord.
true.
I don't know what that math is.
For the shots, we were going 5 silver each.
Okay. And we all had one?
Did Skabosh end up having any?
I did not.
Okay.
I didn't have the first shot.
I was
I
too
didn't
busy
drink until
herding
Roboto
cats
gave
at
me
the time.
the special booze.
Okay, so 4 shots, including myself. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That sounds like.
But
Okay.
my bottle, no.
Alondite, we can drink more at my parents' house. You can just come crash with us. Don't get in trouble with your.
Okay, this may or may not be based on a real life event. Are there any like statues or monuments in the center of town?
Oh my gosh.
No, this isn't generally developed enough for that sort of thing.
Are there any trees in the middle or center of town? Like the
No.
most obvious thing in the center of the road. Like this is a real life story that happened that I did.
I like how Druge has a bird on his.
Yeah,
That's my,
I like all of your menus, but I think Drew's just turned out great too.
Yeah, that's my spirit guide. It's a hawk named Echo.
Cute.
Yeah, I love the hawk.
And the bones. Drooge came to play.
All right. So you're just taking Baheer back to.
We're all just going and crashing at my parents' house.
Yep.
They're not. They're.
Well,
they
Ava's
won't be
not, but
surprised.
I mean, I guess Ava can come later, but at least
I invited her.
Well, when I drop, I'm gonna drop Beer off and then very lightly stumble since I was taking it well.
Yes.
My way back to my
Alondite.
mom's house.
You lost.
What about Ava?
We're going to my parents' house.
Yeah, Ava. How about Ava stumbles in like 30 minutes later?
Okay.
What?
Singing, like, still.
We don't see
You can, like,
Bridget coming
hear
down
her
the road with the procession or anything, do we?
No.
Oh, good.
No, you don't.
Please just
Hey,
see
Roboto-
them dragging
Roboto,
me
you got any more?
back.
Can I take one more swig before I go home?
You just
Okay,
crash
okay.
at my house.
All
You
right.
can stay here.
Or
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. All right, 3 in a row. Hey, where was this when we were fighting?
Did he wake up?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
All right, taking one more swig, and then I'm gonna head back over to my mom's house.
It's all right. I'm doing another one.
ask your mom if you can sleep over.
We offer another round. I want one.
To have another round at the house, Alondite. Come on.
All right. One more.
Also, remember, there's only actually like about 16 shots in like in a handle like that. So
Hold on. Let me do some math.
I've had 3 of those.
Is there anyone around
I
us?
had
Like, what time of night is it?
after all that, it's probably relatively late.
Okay.
We're probably halfway through the bottle.
If we
I think
happen
I've
to
had
pass
4 of
by
those.
anybody,
I've had 4
I'm just gonna like
shots.
randomly shout at them, be like, "Party at Bosch's house, more drinks, let's go."
How long does it take to heal? It takes 1 per hour.
Yes,
That's
you heal.
rough.
Yeah, you heal 1 of each per hour.
Can we get like healed like any other way and get those back faster or no? Or if I drink a healing potion. No,
After all that, use it for that. This is the moment I've been saving it for.
It's a hangover.
It's like
potion.
the Drake meme, like dying friend. Hangover.
Hangover. Yeah.
That's funny. Oh yeah, too bad Angela wasn't there. Oh, no.
Oh God. That's right. That's right. So there's a different type of healing for ability damage. It's called restoration.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it exists, but none of you have it, I don't think. Yeah, thank you, Thadros.
So, theoretically, you can cure drunkard tanks.
Yeah, it's a second level spell. So, and I think there's even lesser restoration. So there might even be a first level version of it.
Rehab.
Huh.
Oh wait, no. Normal restoration is level 4, cleric paladin, but there's lesser. Yeah, there it is. Lesser restoration is cleric 2, druid 2, paladin 1. Actually, one of the rare spells that the hybrid gets before the main class does. Yeah, thank you, Thadros.
Whoa.
That you could be healing our hangovers.
I was gonna say, I thought restoration was higher level than
That's
that.
lesser restoration.
Oh.
Yeah, it has a casting time of 3 rounds. Lesser restoration dispels any magical effects, reducing one of the subject's ability scores, or cures 1d4 points of temporary ability damage. It also eliminates fatigue, and or improves exhaustion to fatigue.
But here's gonna be sleeping in for a few hours the next morning.
That sounds about right.
Well, based off my rolls, I think I'm good.
I need. How many more do I need?
Druge is like the kind of person that like parties super hard that night and then gets up at like 6 a.m. and still like runs and it's like totally.
I only need one.
Yeah.
I only need 9 hours instead of 8 hours. So
he throws on his sweatpants and goes and runs by the bay.
Yeah. Slow motion.
I guess the reason though that it's a lower level spell for paladins is because of how paladin spell progression works. They get access to magic at level 4, and then they get at level 4 they get 0 first level spells per day, so they can only cast magic at level 4 if they have a bonus. That's why it's a lower level in air quotes than the cleric version, because the cleric will get that level 2 spell at level 3. Whereas the paladin will get that level 1 spell maybe at level 4, but possibly not until level 6, depending on their ability scores.
Oh boy.
That makes more sense. All right. If anybody wants to make any last minute rolls for your house party, you can, but otherwise you're going to bed, it sounds like.
Oh, yes. One last final swig of that fine.
The fine swill.
That I have no idea of.
I think you're at negative 32 now.
Can I see if Alondite will let me shoot an apple off the top of his head with my my bow?
I probably would. Complete trust.
Oh, not good.
You just automatically fail Alondite because
yeah, only a 20.
Yeah.
How much you got left over
there? Enough for one more.
One more. One more.
Dude, are you gonna be able to get home okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be good. Don't worry about me.
Man, I gotta remember not to ever give you guys any weapons that are D4 based. You're just gonna max every time.
Jesus. For real.
I mean, my daggers are D.
I know. I'm terrified.
Yeah, George is like almost sober, so he's rolled all these nat 20s, just one after another.
Yeah, what's how many is that for Drush? What's your penalty to at this point? Are you at like -8?
I guess I've had 4 drinks.
Yeah, so he'd be at -16 next.
-16, okay.
God, this stuff is awful. What?
Yeah, it's starting to hit me a little.
Complain to the guys who made it. I'm pretty sure there's chunks in it.
Yeah,
I'm sure those aren't your chunks. They came out of your mouth and into your
Might
cup.
be. We can wash for backwash.
Okay. I think it's time we get to bed.
Bedtime snack.
All right. So, generally speaking, you sleep for 8 hours. So those of you that took ability point damage, you can increase all of your ability scores that were damaged by 8.
Can I stay down another hour?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. And then I'm back to normal.
Okay. Wait, you only lost 9 of something?
Yeah, I only have 9 wisdom and I lost all 9.
Warhead says it's normal.
I rolled all my 2s were on wisdom.
Got it. All right, so yeah, crank your scores back up by 8, or if you're gonna sleep in, by however a little bit more.
I'm surprised I survived the night since it hits wisdom.
Right?
Whoa. Does anyone remember last night?
Which part?
I remember going into the bar, and then I don't remember anything after that.
Oh, you lost a drinking match with Alondite.
I lost.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have pre-gamed before we went.
Something about a Hellfire whiskey, and then everything went black.
Oh, you at least lasted till we got home.
Yeah.
That whiskey tasted bad.
No, the whiskey was fine. It was the vodka.
Whiskey?
Oh, honey,
that's all I remember, though.
Yeah. Let's go. We'll have to talk about that later.
My head hurts.
Weren't you supposed to be meeting somebody? Here.
Yeah, but you'll be all right. I'll get there. I'll get there. I told him to meet me there.
Where did you tell him to meet you?
At that tavern.
Okay.
I told them to meet me there. It would have been today.
Juice comes busting through the door, smiling, loud. All right, I'm ready to go. What are we doing next?
Oh, did you decide to stay at our house?
Shut up.
Decide to stay at my house?
No. I came over from my mom's house.
Oh, you would not want to bust through the door.
Gabash's house.
Well, I guess at this point my parents would be awake, so my mom would be all covered.
Oh, I'm sure they're awake before you guys are.
I wasn't that drunk.
Oh, good morning, Dagakelte and Cthulhu. How are you this morning?
They just shake their head.
Scrooge, you got anything to help me with this?
I got a positive attitude and a thumbs up.
That's not very helpful.
Kind of like hiding my head in disgrace. Like, is there anything I could do to help you around the house today? Trying to keep my appearances.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
Probably just help with the fireman, almost as per usual.
Here, I've got some water for you. I shake the mostly empty bottle.
Rubato.
No, I got some water. I'll take out my water skin that still has ale in it and drink it. Not water.
Rouge, I'm surrounded by mediocrity.
I think you mean exceptionability. Thank you very much.
Ooh, okay, hold on. This is going to make an interesting turn of events. Do I see the bottle as not meant as Rubato shakes it?
I mean, I think that depends more on how he's doing it than anything else.
Rubato.
11 or higher on being open.
Here.
All right.
Oh, there you go. Of course, I roll high that time. Everything's been fine last night, so you know.
Right, this is what a search. What
are you rolling?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm to see if I see him, or did you do it?
No, yeah, he said he wasn't doing it surreptitiously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he was just letting chaos decide. He didn't make a decision.
Okay.
Yep. It was just a bottle we got yesterday.
All right.
Might be able to associate it with that headache of yours, but
I think that was the rancid whiskey. Oh, I guess I was asleep at that point.
Yeah.
That's where everything went south.
All right, so I think now that we're all mostly here and conscious, we could just need to get Ava and figure out what our plan is from here.
Oh, she said she was coming just late.
Oh. Yeah, we need to go talk to Randal about something. We need everybody there for it.
Yes, there's just one final stop. I have to just make a quick financial deposit at the church, and then we can go.
Yeah. There's a handful of things to get through today, and I think we got pretty in the weeds, but it was a lot of fun. We've been out there like in danger zone for so long. It was fun to cut loose and do some stuff around town. So I'm kind of thinking we finish up a handful of things and then do one more downtime activity.
Sounds good. So the things are, we gotta talk to Randal. Alondite's gotta go pay his tithe or whatever. Right.
Yeah. Well, just deposit.
And then I have to go talk. I have to go talk to the bard at the.
Well, and also you should be able to collect on the other payment once Bridget gets into town.
Oh, true, and Bridget's coming.
So what do we like?
We could probably do Randal in the tithe right now while we wait for Bridget to come and the bard to come, and then go do that stuff after.
Okay. Should we? All right.
I think.
Should we? I'll go talk to Randal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then stop at the church on the way so Alondite can drop his thing off.
Okay.
Or we could do that after, either way.
Well, and that I didn't think we necessarily need to do that in character. Like, we can just say Alondite's going to do that, and you can mark off your.
Yes, I also, other than the tithe, I told the bard I would drop off a collection of, I believe, 1 gold for him to pick up as part of the gift. If he couldn't find me, that's where he could collect it from.
At the church?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, you can give that to me, since I'm planning on meeting him anyway, but.
I'm going to give it to the church where he can pick it up and write a note.
Okay.
Okay, so was that Ava was going to take Baheer to see Randal? Is that what you were saying?
We were all going to go see Randal for the Skabosh's thing.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, and then I guess you could just like stay behind if you wanted to. That way we don't have to double up on that.
That's good.
Okay. So yeah, for the sake of a little bit of time here, and I don't think that we need to describe every single scene in every single detail. You know, in kind of about mid-morning here is when like Bridget's going to arrive. So you guys slept in a little bit, and then you're gonna go meet up with Randal. So we'll start there, and then we'll kind of piece our way through things. All right. So yeah. So all 6 of you are going to be Randal then.
I would be. The others not sure.
Okay.
I mean, Scott kind of seemed like she wanted us all there. I already talked to him, I thought, but whatever, I can go. I got nothing else to do.
No, sounds good to me. I ain't got nowhere else to be.
This is more of a knowledge question. Would dipping my sword in holy water have any long-lasting benefits, or is it kind of just like drip away after?
I think that would be a cool ritual thing, but no, it wouldn't. You need to be getting into what they call oils. Oils are like potions for items.
Okay. Yeah, I'd do that sort of just as like a ritual thing and do my prayers and services in like a more extreme manner.
Oh, Baheer. You should probably take this package. It was for your favor, after all. I know it's going somewhere near my home, but you should probably have this one. I'll give the package over to Baheer.
Sure. Okay. Easy enough. I mean, you know, you do that while you're walking to see Randal or what have you.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys go over, you know, as always, you have to be let into the camp by the guard at the door, but they don't give you any trouble or anything. It's a normal day. It is, so this is the morning of the first day of late spring, 561. It is clear and windy, and the wind is blowing in kind of like the opposite direction from normal. It's blowing kind of like up from the south, kind of a weird weather inversion going on. And the moon tonight this will be the first day of the wane, or the first night of the waning. So yeah, but yeah, just a bit breezy, not problematically like that. Yeah, so you start your morning off, you get into the camp there, you see you know, there's squads of people doing various drills and training and whatnot. Those of you that have been around before, you know, recognize some of the various militia captains and the elves that I mentioned earlier and whatnot, making their way around and you know, sparring with people or like instructing on how to use certain ranged weapons or that kind of thing. And you know, you swing around and get into Randal's timeshare office. Because it's like the administrative equivalent of hot racking, right? They like get to use the office for like a part of the day, and then they have to, like, their shift ends and the next person takes it, or at least that part of their shift ends.
So this is the first day of late spring?
Yes, sir. So Randal looks a little bit more put together than he was when those of you that saw him yesterday saw him. Definitely looks tired. but you know, a little more confident, a little less stressed, etc. It welcomes you guys in. Hey, good to see you. We're expecting Marshall to get home. Well, to get to Capstone soon, and obviously we'll be filling her in, and she'll be filling us on any other news or anything that she has, and we'll be going from there. You guys you're kind of embroiled in all this. I guess I haven't heard for sure one way or the other, but I'd say you'd probably be welcome at the briefing, just in case anybody has any other questions or anything for you.
Sorry, just a quick rewind on the day. What's the weather?
Clear and windy, but the wind's coming up from the south. Is not the direction it normally blows. Not unheard of, but it's just not like the standard prevailing wind. And this will be the first night of the waning.
Is there anyone else in?
No, just you guys. Yeah. So
I just kind of clear my throat and remember that thing we talked about. About a certain alliance.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I needed an actual reminder there for a second. Yes. Like, right. Yes, thank you for reporting for duty. After today's major briefing and whatnot, we are kind of looking forward to what we can do to react to the situation that you all have discovered for us. And I have it. I've been told that there is a possibility of forming some new alliances that may be beneficial to the defense of Capstone. So I need to task you, Alondite, and your crew with either bringing a representative to us so we can meet with them, or possibly even parlaying on our behalf to open diplomatic relations.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
So as you know, these are dire times, and we have a possibility of recruiting some new allies, which is something that we can't afford to ignore. So I need to task you and your group with starting a dialogue with these potential allies.
And just to clarify, could you say who the allies are again?
I specifically hadn't said yet, but
okay.
Like, no, that's fine. You can ask. I'm just, that was just an aside.
No, it would just change how I had said that.
Right.
Sorry.
So if you challenge him on it, he's like, well, sometimes we get orders that we like more, and sometimes we get orders that we like less. But I need you to reconnect with the remnants of the goblin tribe that you guys chased out of the forest a few 10 days ago, because there's a possibility of them providing valuable intelligence or maybe even aiding in the defense of the town.
I just kind of shrink down and hide behind Ska a little bit.
Sounds like a plan, Randall. Sir, yes, sir.
Is that an order?
Sound like an order to me, Alondite.
Like, it's about to be. And then grabs a piece of paper and starts writing.
Should I be clarifying this with my superiors? Even though I am caught in a middle here, you are my superior in one department. I have superiors in other departments of which this conflicts with.
You can stay here if you want, Alondite. That's okay.
No, I mean,
we'll go fetch Lazarus out of
not to
jail
say
for a little bit.
I would
He
just
speaks
like
goblin, so he'll be
clarification on this particular order. If both departments agree.
I can appreciate the delicacies of your situation, but I would ask you how that helps or how that helps the citizens of Capstone.
Trusting in Bana. Or has your faith left you?
That's kind of offensive. Holy shit.
Considering what's coming.
Really biting back my tongue to say trust but verify.
I do not think that a deity is going to miraculously save us from all those orcs that are coming.
Alondite, I know we don't always see eye to eye, but we need you on this one. We need to do what's best for the people here who are undefended.
And I will remind you that that although we may be human, and many of us here are human, and many in the kingdom are human, like Bana does not only extend his protection to humans.
Randal's also your boss, so...
And so is the church before Randal.
He's one of his bosses. That's why we call him middle management, Alan.
Assistant to regional manager.
That is so true.
I couldn't help it.
Is this a direct order, sir?
He finishes putting the, puts a flourish on the paper. I was like, it is now.
Then I will be back, sir.
Like, with payment terms, by the way, and like make sure everybody sees those.
With payment?
Yeah, just like any other additional responsibilities you take on for the militia, there's the writ of order, or the writ of orders includes instructions for payment as well.
Yeah, Alondite, is your church gonna pay us to not go do this?
How much do we get paid to protect Bridget and to scout the land? We got more simply going and killing the orcs. If money was your obstacle, then simply going and killing the goblins and taking what is theirs would get us more if money was the obstacle.
I don't know if they would pay us for that if we don't get a job for that from somebody, get a writ for that specifically.
I think, Alondite, the thing I think we need to focus on here, though, is the defense of these people here in Capstone. I know you're not exactly fond of these other people that we may be going to speak with, but if they can help defend our people, I think it would be worthwhile.
I mean, also, we don't have to put them into the city. We can throw them outside the wall in the front, and then they can, go at it first.
And I mean, if you're worried about how they might treat the people here, if you do remember, I lived really close to them for a long time. And I'm not very strong. They didn't cause me any trouble.
Goblins are known for being nothing but tricking, thieving, conniving, backstabbing creatures. Thinking nothing of themselves.
Oh. Well, thought that about my guild for a long time. Now we're protecting the city. Funny how that works.
A guild is not the same as an entire race of people or creatures that have not changed.
But it is a guild comprised of a lot of people with mindset.
When you have a sec, MRS.
Oh, yep.
To be fair, Skabosh is a backstabbing, thieving person.
I mean,
I do backstab. Or as you know, I haven't actually stolen any.
as far as we know. Point that out. We all have pretty poor perception, so you could be stealing from all of us at this point, but I don't think the only person who'd probably catch you is Ava, if I had to guess.
George might.
George might.
Yeah, maybe.
The rest of us, not a chance.
I feel like I'd notice I'm missing money. Like, I feel like Baheer wakes up and he like counts it every day. He wouldn't know who took it or when, but you know he's missing something. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You all claim this is a democracy, yet this is where one person's opinion gets overshadowed and it is never heard. So we can take the democratic route and go your way, but it is not my way.
All right, team on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, we could always ask Bridget and see what she wants us to do. Like,
Bridget's part of the grouping, though.
Which grouping?
She's one of the leaders of the militia.
Oh, the militia.
Only asking the militia. What about the other party?
The church hid this.
Also, the point I'm at is like, what has the church done for us?
What have you ever asked of the church?
They chased down Rabato and stole from him.
Because you hid it.
Not the first book. The second book, I hid it because they took the first one from me. And then they put you in jail.
Because I acted brash.
Not to mention, they are continually hiding things in public.
Mm-hmm. And the other captains. I'm all for being transparent, but like at some point, the other side has also got to give some transparency.
Like Alondite, I don't know much about your god, Bana, but the church that worships him does a pretty poor job of it. If he's as beneficial as you yourself say he is, and you seem to overall have been a pretty trustworthy person. The church who worships him, however, I don't trust them at all.
The church had this very same knowledge about this alliance, and they were going to do nothing with it, which would leave our people open to attack. Saying.
One asks the questions. No one enters there. Everyone stays away.
I don't know what that means.
When's the last time anyone has been inside that building?
Well, the last time we went in it, you got arrested.
And I look at all of you, and Mercy knows what's up, and I just shake my head.
Well, I mean, not a lot because I'm personally not a follower of Baheer, but
I mean, I'll be honest, I'd never heard about Baheer until I met you.
And none of you are open to the word or to trust.
I'm open to the word. I'm not open to the people who run that church, though.
Then we will leave it as is. We will leave it as is.
Fair enough.
So
he waits awkward. Yeah, I was gonna say he waits awkwardly for a couple seconds and then like hands the writ to Ava.
Thank you, sir.
It's like, excellent. I'm glad I don't need to court-martial you. Good luck.
And I mean, even if you, Alondite, go to the church and say like you're not gonna do it, Ava and Druge are still gonna have to go do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ava like leans in and whispers to Randal, like, "Thanks, we need it."
We spent a bit too much last night.
Yeah, that's true. Most of you have raging headaches still. Yeah.
I don't feel very good.
Alondite's just cranky from last night. Okay,
maybe a little bit.
Don't take anything he says to heart.
I feel like you should be in a great mood. You kicked Baheer's butt last night.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
What?
It reminds me of our good old days, Alondite. Remember we could go hit the bar? My parents would have to come pick us up because we couldn't walk home.
Sometimes I wish every day could be like the night where you can just forget. But then I'm always drawn back to times like this.
As we start to head out, I look over to Alondite and be like, I'll be honest, I bet on you winning because I figured I was going to buy Skabash a drink.
Did you end up getting her one?
No, I won the bet. I thought Baheer was going to beat you.
Statistically, I should have.
So
I have a +5 to
well, the
mine.
best part
I
was
do.
you lost so hard. It wasn't even because you were one drink ahead of him. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just had bad rolls, my friend.
Yeah.
Just like 6 after 6. The 8 in there.
This is the way.
Yeah.
The way of the 6.
Yeah, Thadris knows all about drinking games, drinking competitions in this world and 6, and how those things all interact.
Baheer did not smile upon you this day.
Baheer did not protect today.
All right. Is there as far as kind of part 2 there of talking to Randal about Rennick, is there anything there that you like especially want to role play out in like first person, or do we want to just say that you
Oh, I can just do that. I probably wouldn't do it in front of Druge.
Yeah, no. But I mean, you could just, like, hey, like meet you in the town square in 10 minutes or whatever. Like,
oh, for Randal?
Yeah. Yeah, you said you wanted to, like,
You're gonna file a report, remember?
Yeah, I was gonna bring the bard here to Randal. I was gonna bring Randal to the bard.
I mean, we can all disperse and you can stay.
Got it. Okay, no, that's fine. But I guess either way, my question stands. When you do that, is there anything in specific that you want to role play, or
not really? I just wanted to like give Rennick like his time to like say what he wants to say.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's as much as I generally try not to do that kind of thing. We're trying to finish wrapping up a couple boxes here, so
yeah,
I think that one has probably some of the least be gained by directly role playing it out.
Yeah. And then I just need to talk to him about like him basically like recruiting people to my cause.
Who's the him there?
The Rennick.
Right. Yeah, that we'll circle back to.
Okay.
So yeah, around the time that you guys finish up with Randal is when the like caravan with Bridget and anybody else that was on their way to Capstone that kind of attached themselves to her, like when you guys escorted her on the way down, gets back into town. Now obviously you're not probably, there's a lot of people waiting for her, and probably like not a parade per se, but it's like a bit of a thing when she arrives and leaves. So you're probably not exactly going to be able to like meet her at the gate and just bend her ear right away. But Ava and Druge at least would probably know that like independent of her would be like mail and like parcel services, like stuff being delivered, like she's not hand delivering like writs to the quartermaster or whatever, right? Like she signed that like 5 days ago and dropped it in a bag and hasn't thought about it since then. So as far as that goes, she gets to town, and then probably within an hour you can go to the quartermaster for the rest of that. And probably not super surprisingly, like Rennick attached himself to her traveling band when they passed him, and so he's like among that group as well.
I slip away back to my real quick.
Okay.
I mean, I might tug Roboto to see if he wants to come.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not?
I gotta report back. Talk about his project.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes, that's our project technically, but you're the one that was able to do the project. I probably would have blown things up.
Well,
as you're making your way through the city, there's just like a little bit of a midday fog kind of starting to roll in off of the lake, since that's the direction the wind is coming from today. It's not, for now, it's just essentially making everything a little bit damp, increasing the humidity. It's not really affecting visibility much or anything like that.
My clothes are sticking to me. This cape looks nice over here, but it's a nightmare.
All right, so we want to go with Roboto and Skabosh quickly to talk to.
Yeah, before we go in, I'm going to cast Friendly Face.
Okay. And I forget, have you met Braun?
Yeah, he came with me once.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in case I need to grease any wheels about anything, I suppose.
Right.
Have a little extra help.
Braun, I might have gotten a solution to the problem with the attaché.
Oh, excellent. What how did you manage that?
The militia. The church doesn't exactly tell everyone everything. Well, I told the militia what the church didn't tell them. They were relatively amenable to having us go out there under a writ. Talk with somebody out there.
Yeah, I heard Randal got himself into a spat of trouble, so it sounds like you talked to the right person who might be willing to have an open mind right now.
And remember my friend, my little gnomish friend that I was telling you about that might be able to help us with the alcohol.
Of course. I should have pieced together that was who you were talking about.
He's also able to use magic. I know we tend to need that some.
Ah, yes. We may have some side work for you every now and then.
I can more than happily assist you with that sort of thing.
Yeah, we don't work too much with the arcane, but occasionally we find ourselves in possession of things that we may not fully understand and may not fully know how to value, and it might be good to have another set of eyes.
Well, minds are exceptionally good when it comes to those sorts of things.
Unlike the church, Roboto, they will let you actually look at the things that you bring them.
Huh. Imagine that. You should have seen the books I had previously. Those were fun.
Fortunate that we went to the church first.
Yeah. Anyways, so something about goblins. And you have a lack of magic, and you need magic.
More abstractly, yes. I don't have need of it right now. I was kind of looking forward to hearing an update on the situation with the goblins, and if we needed to extend a greeting to them ourselves, potentially, if the militia wasn't going to follow through on that.
Interesting. Okay. So we've got a couple forces at work here. Now, what is it specifically you're hoping to gain from the goblins?
Well, I'd like for my home not to be burned down. So, I find myself in a position where I am unbridled by bureaucracy and able to make decisions, and sometimes, they have their place, they do their things, but sometimes too slowly, and and sometimes not at all. So I'm really I don't know what you heard about me. I'm not such a bad guy. Trying to, I may have developed some of my skills and some of my connections in less than savory ways, but we're trying to do good by the folks that live here, and that of course includes us. But the reality is that Capstone existing is good. And I think that it's in everyone's best interest to ensure that continues happening. I'm a pragmatist.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree, and a lot of people have said similar things about me. I'm just trying to gauge where I fit into the puzzle, if you will.
Well, there are things, we may call ourselves good guys at this point, but that doesn't mean that we necessarily never do anything against the law. Because let's be honest, some of the laws are stupid. And
alcohol.
Exactly. That makes no sense to anybody. And if we can do good for these people by doing a little bit of bad, and he makes like the most exaggerated air quotes you've ever seen, by producing and distributing some alcohol and using that money for the betterment of society, then that seems like a pretty good trade to me.
I think it's possible we could work something out. Either I could jot down some recipes, we could hone our skills a little more, find a better way to distribute.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to put pen to paper on any long-term deals until we get to try the product, for one, and potentially
you still have the bottle on you.
Potentially work out some details. And
I didn't leave that behind, and I produced the bottle.
The first batch is a bit
definitely not part of this.
You're not here. This is just me and Roboto. We're at my guild.
This is a very first rough batch, but it's
a very rough batch, but it does the job.
It's something.
We'll have to work on flavor, potentially quality type, but It's a prototype, I suppose.
Yeah, we've got a lot of room to improve, but it's a start.
He takes it and kind of gives it like a swirl and a whiff, and it's like, oh, a potato.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's vodka.
Well, I guess they're easy to grow. We can let's see what we can make happen. And he just got it corked or exactly how you have it closed, but he just opens it up and like gives it a bottoms up.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
It's like we may need to work on the recipe a little bit, but it's proof of concept. It's definitely it's a step in the right direction. And we just don't really have alchemists. We're essentially grown up pickpockets and cutthroats. We didn't really have skills in such a way.
I point at Ricardo and say, we have an alchemist. Right here.
Let me hone things a little bit, and once we have it a little more narrowed down, with a bit more flavor or a little less burn on the back end, and perhaps we can get a recipe out to some people who could build up some coin.
Yeah, I think if we can get a product that works and sort out distribution, I think we can find a way to make everyone's lives a little easier.
I don't think you'll struggle at all with distribution with your guild. If I just had to guess, I think the biggest thing would be the recipe and teaching some people within your guild on how to do so. Some 101 classes.
Yeah, that'd be great, and we might be able to negotiate a little bit of a higher cut for you if you can teach some men to fish, so to speak.
That's what I'm here for.
That was all I had.
Okay.
Otto has more. My job was to report in, and I'd figure bills.
Yeah. That's fine. You guys can let yourselves out and whatnot. Who wants to deal with collecting on the writ?
We could all go to that. We could all meet up there.
Yeah.
I would love to meet up there.
Baheer beats us all there.
He
well, actually, I said it was going to be at least an hour, right?
Pacing.
He sprints through the town.
Let's maybe do the briefing first, and then that way it gives a little bit of time in the world for stuff to get settled and whatnot. Also, but I guess it's up to you guys. I would assume that you would want to be there and you were invited, but you don't have to be.
Yeah, I'd be there.
Yeah, I'd like to go. I have to use the restroom though, so I'll be a little delayed.
Yeah, you're good.
But
okay, so I don't think any of this specifically is reliant on Rubato, and I'll probably talk at a relatively high level, because obviously the majority of the information you guys already know. But Bridget hasn't been home since you guys found out what you found out. So the last that she heard was, the last hands-on knowledge she has with any of that was when you guys were ambushed, which was about a 10-day ago, and then she dispatched you to go and scout. So, there's probably been a little bit of couriering, but at the same time, they don't want to risk too much information in case somebody were to get killed or captured or what have you. So, they essentially like steal the, kind of like the training grounds in the middle of the camp and gather up as many of the captains and the commanders that they can spare and just like kind of make a big circle and kind of give reports. So, all the figures that you would expect to be involved in those reports, like Randal's the scout captain, and Albert, the knight commander that you guys briefed the other day, and Vincent, the captain that you first met with, do the majority of the talking. With a few things here and there added in by other captains and paladins and whatnot. But for the most part, it all seems to align with what you guys know. But it does seem that the kind of consensus and the additional intelligence that's been collected has been, once they knew what to look for, they've been able to be a little bit more specific. So they've to confirm the suspicions that you guys had already raised, they have confirmed that the orc tribes have banded together and are planning on war making. They are calling themselves the Unity of the Warforged. And like now the best that Capstone can do is to, obviously to continue to scout and learn and delay or hamper as much as possible, but to prepare defenses and to try and get accurate information on like when the orcs might potentially be making major movements or what the fault might potentially be. And for now, and as they're kind of talking through that, the elven trainers that I mentioned earlier, who generally have just been observing, but one of them, Avendal, when the time is right, like gets permission to speak and kind of like steps into the middle and gives a bit of a speech on kind of like orcish society and ecology. And we know that like in general, because orcs have superior vision at night, especially compared to humans, but also to some degree compared even to the elves, that orcs like tend to prefer. I mean, all of this is rare, so it's almost a history lesson also. But that orcs tend to want to attack at night. They tend to want to attack in darkness. They want to use that natural advantage that they have for like vision to facilitate their kind of like lack of maneuverability. And so in his estimation, it would be the most realistic that the orcs, if they are going to try a direct assault, that it would be the most likely that they would do it close to the new moon. So that would be like the middle of a month. So we have full moon on the last day of the month and new moon of the month.
Okay.
So he's not particularly pompous, but he's matter of fact, and is kind of playing up the fact that these are like some of our ancestral enemies, and so we've learned certain things in dealing with them, and we when planning here, we need to make decisions as far as how many more supply trains we can get in, and how many kind of like operating under that timeline of is it going to be the middle, is it going to be this new moon, is it going to be the next new moon, we will need to do more to answer those questions, but that's when this is the most likely to happen. So like Bridget thanks Evandal and everybody else, and it kind of like takes a minute. She's like, this is this is pretty unexpected. We had no issues traveling on the way back, and the reports that have been couriered to me didn't really seem to include a whole lot of this information. Like, how long have we known about all this? And like, it's not quite accusatory, but there's definitely kind of some frustration there. And then of course, you've got Albert steps in and is like, in our defense, we only learned of this just over a day ago ourselves when the scouts that you personally dispatched after they escorted you returned, and with all this information. And we've been doing what we can. Of course, we've redoubled efforts on like the maintenance of our defenses, and we've tasked Randal with trying to lock down troop movements through scouting and whatnot more. But it's really only been a day. So they they continue to talk through details. Bridget starts laying out kind of some commands as far as where to dispatch couriers to, supplies to request. If we've got a little more than a 10-day to work with here, then that should mean that we can get this and that done. And they all kind of like, they pull up some tables and kind of like make a bit of a war room in the middle of the training area there, and start kind of like laying out the logistics of it. And at that point, you're probably free to go.
Does Bridget see us or like make any indication that she wants to talk to us or anything?
They would have indicated you at least at a few points there, so she's aware that you're there. But she's kind of getting like caught up in the whirlwind of like, dealing with all this.
Okay.
Is there something in particular that you're thinking you'd want to talk directly to her about?
No, I was just making sure she didn't want. We weren't supposed to talk to her or anything.
Got it. Do you think would you guys hang out at all after that, or once the kind of like crowd starts breaking up, would you go about your business?
I don't want to keep us very long. It might take a little longer. They could wait till next session, but I was gonna say I wanted to talk to elves maybe about what I saw in the scrying thing.
You want to talk to who about it? Sorry.
The elves that were here.
Oh, yeah.
See if I could catch one of them.
Okay. Yeah, we can. That's a good note to make for the next time you have an opportunity to talk to him.
Yeah.
All right. So then, if you think you'd leave camp at that point, then I think kind of a fun moment it would be for Bridget to kind of break away from everything. And she was like certainly not your friend, but like she was friendly towards you guys. She thought you generally did a good job during the defense and whatnot. So she kind of, when she sees you going to leave, and also she made no bones about the fact that she's not super big about, she doesn't love diplomacy or some of the more mundane parts of her job. So she steals the opportunity to get up from the war table and stop talking about caravans and rations and whatnot for a moment, and kind of trots over to you guys and it gives you all a salute, right? Because like I said, people salute in both directions. You don't only salute upwards. And it's just like it appears to have been fate, that we worked together not so long ago, and I have to say I'm glad that you all made it back safely, especially in light of what you were able to overturn out in the woods. Our time is limited, but it is infinitely more than it would have been if you hadn't done such excellent work. So I just wanted to personally thank you for helping to stage the defense of all these people.
Happy to help. I almost died like twice.
You're actually saying that?
It was a team effort.
Yeah.
I almost died too. Whew.
She can't help but like stifle a little bit of a chuckle, and it's like, yes, unfortunately it may not be the last time, but hopefully for all of us it's only almost, and we'll do what we can to protect everyone else. I assume that you all are planning on staying around and helping.
We have some plans.
We have one thing for sure that we're gonna do before we leave.
And as she's talking to you, like somebody kind of like hears her name being like said loudly at the table back there, and she's kind of like rolls her eyes a little bit.
Good luck.
Yeah, when this is all said and done, Roboto has some special vodka he showed the other day. Maybe we can throw some of that back.
You what?
Bridget, we'll have to get a drink later. That's a good point. Thanks, Juge.
That's amazing. He wants to give Bridget your terrible potato vodka. I like it. And yeah, and when you wish her good luck too, she kind of like sighs. It's like, well, at least they're not nobles, right? And then kind of like about faces and marches back over there.
Hey, I'm a noble.
You know what she means though, from the end of the prologue.
You're not like that kind of noble though, Baheer. You're legit.
Is he though?
Thank you, Roboto.
You're a good noble.
Hey, you manned up and went shot for shot with the knight here. You're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
And then took a cat nap.
It's worth it.
Cat nap.
It's all worth it.
All right, and by that time, you would assume that mail has been distributed and whatnot. So if you want to go and wrap that up, you should be able to do that now.
Oh wait, are we stealing mail too?
No, we're getting paid, Roboto.
Our rent, our money,
cash money.
I thought we were going to commit another felony.
Oh,
tampering with mail.
I mean, what do you consider a felony? There might be a whole bunch happening in the next few episodes.
As long as you're right there with me, Alondite.
I don't consider surviving a felony.
All
I think my mom would appreciate some of those felonies.
I like your mom already.
How could you do that to my boy? Oh wow, that was amazing timing.
Yeah.
Smart APG redeemed the tell us a dad joke right when I said, how could you do that to my boy? And then I don't even know if it played to stream. I think it was just my monitor, but the video that we have for the tell me a dad joke with like the guy and the cheesy laugh. So I was like hearing that in my ears.
Sadly didn't make it.
Beautiful.
We need that overlay back again.
It's still there. I just don't have those on during D&D because it gets too distracting. So since I've already broken out of world anyway, Smart APG, I super appreciate that. I'm actually going to refund it to you because we have that stuff disabled during the D&D sessions. But if you swing by for another stream, I'd be happy to. And also, since I'm quickly out of character, thank you again for the raid, Magical Misfits. We've had the opportunity to raid them a couple times recently. As long as I'm not mixing people up, they are the folks that we raided to after our last session, and they also play on Talespire. So if you guys like D&D stuff and you've enjoyed watching our 3D models and maps and whatnot here on Talespire, you can find more of that over on Magical Misfits. All right, and then it sounded like you all were going to try and go to cash in together.
Yeah.
Go get paid.
Cash money.
Baheer's favorite thing.
The best part about these missions. I gotta be able to buy myself a small castle somehow. I gotta get my summer castle and I can come on over here.
I gotta be able to afford rent in a small castle.
You could be my court wizard, Rubato.
Hey, there we go. All right, let's go get a paycheck.
Yes, sir. So this one's obviously slightly different in that you guys don't have the writ in hand, but it's been delivered with the mail to the quartermaster. So you guys show up over there, give them your names and whatnot. Takes him a few minutes to dig around since everything just got delivered, but he finds it no problem. And the way this one is written up was essentially a pay by pay for each piece of actionable information. So, kind of like there's like where you guys mapped out, like there's a fort here, there's a workshop here, kind of those individual pieces of information. Because, frankly, when she sent you guys out, she was expecting you to maybe find a camp or two, like a couple things, was the original thought. So,
then we found a bunch of things.
Right. Right. So, as has been kind of the modus operandi for the militia, because money is tight, it's written up as a certain amount of a credit or a certain amount in cash. And then you guys can take that however you split that up.
I would rather have cash, but
so once you add it all up and whatnot, because we don't need to role play that out, it comes out to 80 gold per person of credit or 70 gold per person of cash.
Money, please.
I'm taking.
You said 80.
Yeah.
Do they have? How much is it to make a weapon master?
Either 150 or 300. I always forget.
Yeah, it's more than they have.
Just to recap, for the group, from all those weapons and stuff that we turn in, we have 162 gold and 5 silver. And then we all got 10 gold each for escorting Bridget and the caravan.
Yeah.
In case anyone wants this for their own documentation. And then what Mercy just said, 80 gold per person of credit for the actual mission itself, or 70 gold per person cash.
I will be taking the 70 gold cash for my chunk. That's for sure.
Yeah, and previously what you guys, and obviously you can do whatever, but what you decided last time after much debate was to have sold loot go to the party and quest rewards and writ payments to go to the individual.
Yep. So we have 162 in party gold, and then we have, and then now I have
62 gold and 5 silver. And Ava's holding on to that for the group so far.
Yeah.
It is 300 gold for masterwork.
Yep. Yep, I was just looking at it too.
We'll have to buy more potatoes.
In Capstone?
What was that?
Is there a master worker in Capstone?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was thinking about like doing 80 gold for the thingy, but now I'm like, that's not gonna get me up there.
I mean, you could,
regardless.
You could bank some.
As far as the credit goes, that work for me in a writ or the.
Sorry, I was just finishing answering the question. So it's 150 for armor, 300 for weapon. That's where those numbers came.
Where I'm at, like thinking is like I don't know if I would get up to 300 by the time we have to leave here.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is where I'm like iffy. And
then what? So were you saying,
I think I'm just gonna take a 7.
For the credit, how does that work? As far as alms giving or whatever it's called.
I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest, but probably it would probably only affect like actual cash paid directly.
So is that a loophole?
I suppose so.
We live for loopholes.
I mean, it's all kind of like for the greater good, right? Because it's much easier for them to like loot extra weapons or like repair stuff that's broken or whatever than it is to like come up with a bunch of actual coins. So it's kind of a win-win. Like they can let people in that situation like get away with, so to speak, something, but also that helps like protect the treasury. Some resources are much easier to, or well, not resources, but equipment's much easier to come by than money is.
Okay. Are we taking the money separately? Like each person can decide whether they want credit.
That's what you previously decided, at least. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the.
We're taking loot that we find is going into like the party group fund, and then stuff from quests is going into our own pockets after we split it up. Because in that way, if like once we like get higher levels, like Roboto, we'll probably want him to have like certain spells and stuff. And we could use the money from like their group fund to like do that type of thing. Yeah, or like other stuff like that.
Things are probably going to get pretty expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and with anything too, even if it's an item that just goes to an individual person, sometimes it's easier to be like, oh, okay, like we all agree that, whatever, buying a hang glider, Alondite is good for the party.
Yeah.
I like that idea. How much is a hang glider?
And this way it's not left to like individuals with their money to decide what they want to do with it, then nobody has money. We have a nice little cushion for us all.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's just go down the line really quickly. Alondite, you're going to take credit?
Yes.
Okay. So just, mark that down just under possessions or whatever, because it would essentially just be given in form of like a signed and stamped receipt sort of thing. So you would have a gift card, so to speak.
Yeah, I put that aside. 80 gold pieces receipt.
What about Ava?
I'll take the cash.
Okay. Baheer?
I'm taking cash.
Okay. Drush?
Cash.
Roboto?
Cash.
And Skabash?
I don't think there are any services the militia can help my wizardness with.
I mean, it's good for any sort of mundane stuff. You could buy rations with it. You could buy, basic tools like climbing kits. Just like anything, any normal stuff like that something to outfit troops of. But yeah, they're not they don't have like magic weapons or anything.
I need to save up for a new suit.
I don't know what you just did, sweetie, but for anybody that has no context, that looked hilarious.
Our printer has an update.
Don't worry, that wasn't anything that you weren't supposed to see. That's just our desktop wallpaper, which is Pixie and I scuba diving off the coast of Maui. But if you only saw it for like a half a second, it probably looked a bit like naked people.
No, I'll get that new screen paper up for you in a minute, Dave. Just give me. I have to wait till the stream's over.
All right, let's just get ourselves through to to an evening time for a nice ending point. What do you guys want to do with any downtime or whatever that you have here for the rest of the day? Probably about midday right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we looking to end if I'm to make this choice?
I don't understand the question.
Because where I want to go will make a lot of RP, but if you're looking to...
Oh, got it. Yeah, no, I think with time of night, and in general, we've gotten a fair amount done around town. I mean, we managed to essentially do, you guys' only trip to town in 10 sessions in like one session. So unless there's anything of vital importance, not necessarily looking to create a whole lot more roleplay, but just, have some time for downtime activities like brewing, horse training, or if you want to do some like really minor errands, whatever.
Yeah, that would be a get rid of my frustrations kind of thing. My Zen space.
I don't know if Capstone has a rage room.
Can I change my mind real fast and go back and take the 80? And could they get me a courtier's outfit with jewelry or no?
Well, they don't have the jewelry because Alondite didn't even get his. But you could get the linens, yeah. They probably don't have them like on hand right this second, but you could, you can like make an appointment with the tailor and they'll provide like the cloth and stuff. So yeah, I mean that would be a downtime thing that you could do. You could have that tailored.
I would need the jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I was gonna get a noble. No, I could afford the Critter's outfit and the jewelry with the 80 gold that I got from this, but it's all good.
Yeah, honestly, like I don't especially care. I would have been happy to say yes if I hadn't already established that they didn't have that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Ava, what was that?
No, it's okay. It's just gonna do like a little bit of like exercising and maybe like keep scrubbing her axes. Sure. I don't know, just some like a kind of getting back into her groove now that she's back in Capstone.
Yeah, get them nice and sharp and
sharpen them. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I do. Would the tailor be able to make a noble outfit, or probably not?
Actually, is the set of clothes designed specifically to be expensive and to show it. Precious metals and gems are worked into the clothing.
So probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
But like, okay.
Yeah, so it's that's talking. You're getting into like rhinestone. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Rhinestone, come boy.
I don't really have anything else that was normal that I would want. But I mean, like, I couldn't buy a horse if I wanted to, probably, right? It took Alondite ages to get his.
They're a difficult thing to acquire here, yes, just because they're generally needed, like, by the military forces. They just tend to buy them. They become available.
Mm-hmm.
Get a portable ram.
I don't need a portable ram.
You never know.
One of my
Since
favorite
we have Alondite on top of a horse with a lance with
that on the horse.
Get 8 tents.
Oh, speaking of
8 what? Oh, tents.
Does anyone know what happened to my tent? Did I get it back? I forget.
No, I think
you don't want it back.
Yeah, it ended up kind of like accidentally becoming like being handed off to the militia.
It became one with the orc.
We'll buy you a new.
Oh. I could get a magnifying glass.
They're expensive.
For 100 gold.
That's fine. Yeah, you can decide. I don't care if you want to, obviously make a decision at some point, but if you want to decide if you want to go with the 70 or the 80, and let me know.
Okay.
Because there are some things that, like, unironically might not be good now, but aren't terrible things to have with you, like masterwork manacles. They're only 50 gold.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, maybe, maybe you can take captives without making burritos.
We were saying we need manacles.
I don't know if we need masterwork for orcs, but I don't know if we're going to be taking any orc captives at this point.
Mm-hmm. I could get some silk rope. So they're a little more comfortable when we tie them up.
That's important.
Or an empty sack.
All right. So I'm assuming that Alondite's going to want to do some training.
Yes, please.
Okay. What about Skabash and Rubato? Are you going to try and refine your process?
I'm going to try to make poison.
You're going to try to make poison?
Yep.
Okay. Poison.
Probably a basic poison you could apply to a weapon, I would assume, or arrows.
Oh, dang it.
Excellent.
I hate that there's a spell actually called poison.
Yeah, but I don't have that one.
No, I know. I was
so.
just looking in the SRD. Also, I can't spell poison.
It's not potato season yet, so we have to get some fresher potatoes, I think, to improve the process. Those potatoes were starting to grow eyes.
Oh, here we go. Here's poison.
I mean, I did have them in my pack for like 10 days.
So
true.
Poisons are tough. Because they're very.
Just make sure you don't taste it after it's brewed to see if it works.
The cheapest poison, at least in the the core rulebook charts. I'm sure there's more if you get out into splat books and stuff, but the cheapest poison in the core rulebooks is 75 gold.
Can I buy a dog?
A dog?
Like a guard dog?
I don't see why not. I mean, it's same as the situation with Amina. It's a separate thing to buy a war trained animal. But yeah, you can buy a literal guard dog, like a dog that you have with you that would probably bark if it sees and or hears things it doesn't recognize. Like, yeah, that's easy enough.
Okay, well,
We could
Ava, how would you feel about riding on a dog?
what?
Or Rubato?
There is actually specifically an animal called a riding dog. That is a thing.
It just reminds me of when the gnome's
medium
riding
dog trying to carry
died
small
in the last
humanoid
campaign.
rider.
And then we replaced it with a tiger. It was a tiger, right? How we replaced
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, it was so great. We just told her it was a bigger dog.
It does cost 150 gold, though, so I wouldn't be able to afford it myself.
I don't need a dog.
I mean, conveniently, the two of you did just get up to 160 gold worth of store credit.
Also, conveniently, there's 162 gold in the party.
I'd have to think.
I feel like that would be better suited buying better armor for our various fighters and or better weapons for our various.
The better armor that I want would be getting like mithril, which is like crazy expensive to lower my skill thingy.
So yeah, I'll just try to acquire some more potatoes then after seeing the price of working with poisons and just try to refine the recipe a little.
Go for it.
Okay.
Juge, what are you doing?
It's a 13.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, Roboto.
No, it's okay.
Oh.
Training didn't go well.
Ooh, no, it did not.
I was just angry.
The good news is you got you got the +2 to DC out of the way with a bad roll that it wouldn't have mattered on.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
We could get some barding for Alondite's horse.
I don't know.
As far as weight goes,
Yeah.
Yeah, we can sort that stuff out in chat.
True. That's
George, what were you doing?
Well, the only thing that I thought of, and this was like prior to this, before Mercy was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna nix the whole meeting up with the bar thing." I was gonna like follow. That was the only thing that I thought of. I was gonna follow.
I would have loved to have done it, but we're already 6 hours in.
Yeah.
So.
But then after that, and everything's already been said and done. I mean, I don't know, just kind of hang out. I don't really have anything like. I don't got to report to nobody. I don't know. I was kind of just anticipating, like, preparing to pack up and everything for whatever's going to come up next, like whether we're leaving or.
I mean, you can do that anyway, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to know exactly what that's going to look like to gather up some rations, buy a new backpack and just whatever, swing by and see a friend, or just like whatever you would want to do there.
Mm-hmm.
And also, there's nothing wrong. I mean, like we want to give people a space to do, like to take turns with the spotlight if they want, but also like not every character in every situation like has to do. So if you just want to, just kind of like I live here. I'm just gonna generally enjoy a day around town, right? Like I'm gonna, go and get my favorite like fresh bread, and I mean, like whatever. Like you just want to live your life for a day. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's kind of my mindset is like, well, I'm like home with my mom, like just like hang out at my house, not really doing anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we just didn't want to skip over you.
No, you're good.
So, all right. So, Alondite rolled. Rubato rolled. It looked like both of those were not successful.
Yeah, I rolled a 13 total.
Okay. So then it's assuming that you're trying the same difficulty, but just trying to kind of like for flavor, like do better. So you're doing the DC 16 vodka again. So you make 208 copper worth of progress. And it takes 300 to make it. As long as you don't. Oh, no, wait, but you failed, right?
Yeah, I rolled a 13. I'm aiming for a 16.
I don't remember how that works. Do you get partial if you fail?
I have no idea.
As long as you don't fail by more than 5 or... There was something in the handbook.
Yeah, sorry. I started talking about the hole in my neck. And then... if you fail a check by 4 or less, you make no progress. If you fail by 5 or more, you ruin half the raw materials.
Mm.
Okay, and what was your result? 13 was the total?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just don't make it. I don't know how that would work with distilling necessarily. I guess you, I don't know, you distill all of the water out of it, or you like do all the steps but forgot to add sugar, or I don't know, however that works.
Well, this one didn't come out so good. We'll have to try it again.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it per se. Like you're not out anything. You just had to push a whole lot.
I could have. Well, it wouldn't have helped though, because
yeah, you can, but yeah, it would have still been a fail and a fail by less than 5. Okay. As you all are going about your days, your Ava's cleaning up her kit, Druge is enjoying some time kicking his feet up, getting pampered by Mom a little bit. Skabosh and Rubato or I guess Rubato, at least you didn't say you were helping necessarily. Rubato's tinkering.
Oh, I was there.
Okay.
She's supervising.
Tinkering with his toys, et cetera, et cetera. Over the course of the day, that fog just like keeps getting thicker and thicker, and you're just like, oh, I'm not like, out trying to do something right now. Like, last, like when you guys left town, I guess two trips ago, right? Like there was like crazy weather and you guys just barely skirted that, and you met the gnomes who were practically getting blown away in the ruins, and it's like, oh no, it's just a wet, like quiet, like socked in foggy day, just a good day to be around town, like working on your stuff. Maybe if you guys are feeling up to it after kicking your hangovers here, going and winding your day down with a drink or whatever, but it just feels like a good day to not be out. So as you wrap up your activities, is there, you want to do anything to end your night?
Just remind Scott she owes me a drink sometime.
Hey, you. Promise.
I'll pay you.
Yeah.
That too.
Well, you don't have to pay me. Just sometime.
I was gonna say, ouch! Like, I want to go and catch a drink with you. Yeah, here's some money for a beer. Bye.
We'll go get a drink.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Are you just turning in for the night? Going out?
Before I head back home, I'll get some rations. What is it? I don't know.
Come on, Rubato, let's go to the bar.
I mean, I don't care. I'm just,
let's go.
As we wind down.
All right.
Come on.
Okay. Didn't necessarily mean tonight, but sure.
I would have to go to the tavern to talk to the bard and iron things out, but that would be the end of my stuff.
Okay.
But we don't have to do it like on here. Like I could just we can sort it out.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we could also potentially just kind of set that up, and then that gives us a good starting point next time.
Sounds good.
So Baheer, Rubato, and Skabosh going out. It sounds like maybe Drew's staying in.
Mm-hmm.
What about Ava and Alondite?
I'm heading out to buy rations.
Okay.
I'm getting 6 for 3 gold.
Okay.
Ava's gonna stay in tonight. Her voice. She lost her voice last night.
That's fair. Maybe a little like a little muscle soreness in the legs too from all the heel clicks and all the dancing around, and all right.
Get by the flagon.
Also, for 2 copper, I'll get a whetstone for 2 copper and sharpen my blade.
Okay. But as you're all winding down your nights, Skabosh and Rubato sharing a drink, and Druge, napping on the couch. You're all winding down, and then like slowly over the like kind of echoing throughout the town, you hear the sounds of bells ringing. At first it's 1 from the west.
Oh no.
And then it's 2 from the east. Then you start hearing people yelling. And then there's more bells from the south.
Well, that's not good.
These are the alarm bells of Capstone.
No. Oh no.
Well, I guess allying with the goblins doesn't matter at this
point.
Well, it might be a little late now.
They're all sorts of, all different tones, all different. They have different clappers on them. Some of them ring 2 or 3 times. Some of them ring once. Then those. Let's see. Those of you at the tavern, especially because you're on the east side of town, you hear somebody like scream from outside, and they're like, "There's a dragon!"
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Cut out.
Yeah, sorry. My voice is giving out, so I was just like really having to force it. You hear somebody yell that they see a dragon.
What?
A dragon? What the hell?
Okay.
And then a bunch of people go running out of the tavern.
I'm gonna run out of the tavern.
No, we're gonna have to do our flirting later, and I'll run out with.
We don't have anti-air defenses.
I speak Draconic, guys. Maybe I can talk to it.
So those of you on the east side of town, I guess really everybody, if anybody else would go outside where you are to see what's going on, you look to the mountain, which much like Mount Rainier in Washington, that is kind of like ever present if you're in Seattle, although even closer, like Capstone is very close to you. And through the fog, you see like a burning line, kind of like making its way down the mountain.
Can we tell what color it is?
It's orange.
Orange? Oh, so it's like fire?
Orange fire coming down the mountain.
Oh, out of character in my mind, I think I know what's going on.
I figured you'd get the reference.
But I'm not going to ruin it for the rest of you that haven't seen the movie or read the book that I have read.
Is it from Game of Thrones?
Nope.
No. Much older than that.
It's a much older film.
I think I have a general gist as well.
So yeah, that's where we're gonna leave off. The bells are ringing, people are shouting, and there's something bright crawling down the mountain.
Dragon! Flee for your lives!
Thank you guys, players. That was definitely one of the later ones for us, but we really needed to get to that point. Could not start the episode that way. Next time, that wouldn't have the same impact.
No, we wouldn't.
So thank you guys so much for sticking it out. Thank you for all the awesome role play. Thank you for being willing to be flexible on stuff to get through scenes and whatnot. Y'all are awesome. Really appreciate you.
Fun times.
Indeed.
Thank you for being the DM and being an awesome you.
Yeah.
If I get a dog, you only get small dog. I'd have to get like a chihuahua.
Oh my gosh.
Like an ankle biter.
Odin
Good
to
night.
battle.
Yeah, good night.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, thanks for staying, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mandy.
Actually, even longer than that, because you guys left during the prologue. You guys left during episode 10 of the 11 episode prologue. You guys hadn't been home in 8 or 9 episodes. So, I know town episodes, some people like them, some people hate them. But thank you either way for getting through it. I think honestly, after having not been to town for like 9 episodes, getting through pretty much all of that in one session I'm super excited about that. Everyone did a fantastic job. And we had to have the drinking contest. Exactly. Somehow we hadn't had one yet. It's always fun fiddling with Angela. She's one of my favorite NPCs. And I think she brings out a lot of like interesting interactions with the players as well.